matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
EFC is live this Thursday after months of talk.
And you got nothing, bro. Beat someone relevant, then come show me what you got.
The middleweight division's biggest rivalry comes to a dramatic conclusion.
Massive drama here at the main event of EFC. Never seen anything like it. This crowd.
It's Luke Michael versus Shadrach Nsua for the middleweight title. EFC 125. Live from the World Sports Betting Arena this Thursday, July 3rd. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Arts Festival is back. South Africa's biggest celebration of the arts is on. From the 26th of June to the 6th of July, Makhanda becomes the stage for South Africa's boldest theatre, dance, music, arts, comedy, and more. Experience the creative energy, markets, exhibitions, and many surprises. It's where the country comes to create and the world takes notice. Browse the program and book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. Own it, celebrate it, be there. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I just wonder what we're going to be talking about today, because if I asked you what moves the National Pulse, I wonder what you'd be telling me. And you can hazard your own guess right away by WhatsApping us, by tweeting, using the hashtag the National Pulse. If you WhatsApp, it's a call or a text message, or you can call in live from about 20 past 3 onwards. I'll tell you what, amongst the things we will talk about, there's been a claim that rural crime is being underreported. We'll touch on that. We'll also talk about the Donald Trump Israel-Gaza ceasefire plan. We'll chat to Zenith Adam about that. Here's a question. Is public health care open for use for all who live in South Africa? Listen to my words, for all who live in South Africa. We'll also chat to the National Chair of Mayabuya ahead of their consultation process about a new political party, yes, no, or maybe, right? So welcome to the show. Excuse me. My name is Ashraf Garda. As always, this is the National Pulse, and lots to consider, lots to talk about over the next 3 hours indeed. So if you're a first-time listener, I'm thrilled you're listening in. If you're a regular, I'm thrilled that you've made it a habit, because it's certainly a habit for all of us as well, right? Let's, talking about habits, let's get to the first issue, which is about crime and rural crime, so crime in rural areas. So the South African Agri Initiative, which is SAAI, they worried that many crime incidents, particularly the ones occurring on farms and in rural areas, are not reported to the South African Police Service. So according to SAI or SAAI, a comparison between the stats from external stakeholders and the SAPS official database reveals some, discrepancies, and some, serious discrepancies. So let's find out how big the discrepancies are from the actual as per SAPS and what the SAAI believes. With me is Leon Lawrence, the Development Coordinator at the South African Agri Initiative. Leon, appreciate your time with the National Pulse. Hello.
G'day, how are you?
Thank you. Well, let's start with the discrepancy. So there is a discrepancy according to you. Give me some examples.
Yeah, so just to give you just around about what happened was, it seems that the farm murders and rural crimes is a national crisis to us, and it not only threatens food security and production, but it also influences the lives, dignity, and sustainability of the farming families in South Africa. So these attacks is not ordinary crimes that we are talking about. They're often violent. And they aim to isolate individuals and families that's got little no access or immediate access or help from anybody. And the impact goes beyond any just the farm gates, it affects the workers, rural communities, and the food security. And we believe that the communities deserve the same level of protection and urgency as the urban areas, yet they don't really receive it.
So are you saying there's a difference? Meaning, is the difference in underreporting? That means the crime actually occurs, but it's being underreported? Or is the difference is what you suggested at the last point, which is that, in fact, there's better security being provided in urban areas versus rural areas?
No, so what I'm thinking, or what I'm trying to say is so when we did the reporting and was sitting in our meetings with the external stakeholders, that was the farmers, safety groups, and local forums, the discussion was made, and we've given them data that we receive from our farmers. And so all the stakeholders give their information, and with that, they then report back if this incident was allocated on their database. And a shocking stat came out that only about 50% of livestock thefts were captured on the SAPS system, and as little as only 15% of illegal hunting with dogs and things like that has been on their database. And I think the issue regarding that was the underreporting distorts the true picture of the rural crime, and it results to fewer resources being allocated to the police station. And the lack of that would be that some of the farmers and rural guys, there's mistrust from their side that SAPS will follow up. There's unclear adjudication saying that some of the police officers, I've got a farmer that phoned me this morning saying that he's between the northwest and the Mpumalanga area and Limpopo area, and he says that his farm is basically the centerpiece, or the line between the two provinces. And so he phones the one police station and they said, yeah, it's not our jurisdiction. And then he phones the other one and they say, yeah, it's not their jurisdiction. So there's a bit of an issue regarding that. And then I think there's a growing sense amongst all the farmers that it won't help to report, and the rural guys, they think it won't help to report. But that's obviously not the case, because as soon as this data has been captured by SAPS and you've got a case number involved, a case number that's allocated to it, then this data is on their system, and now the higher ups can see, listen, but we've got an issue regarding trespassing, theft, vandalism, all of that stuff.
So let's just, so that we understand this, give me an example of the numbers so we're very clear about it. Let's say, what does the official figures say for crime, say, in the last 6 months versus what you've got?
I don't have the stats 100% with me now, but I can give you an example with regards to some of the stakeholders sent them 200 cases that they've received. It's quite a big agricultural institution that sent 200 cases, and only of that 200 cases they could find on their system only about 12, which they could corroborate, and I'm definitely sure there's some that the data is on their system, but they still just need to confirm if it's a rural crime or is it crime against if it's crime against people themselves, so if there's a fight between a mom and a dad or something like that. So just to give you an idea, there's not a lot of data regarding what is the issue there. They give their stats. They're very thorough on farm murders and farm attacks, but that's not the only thing that we see as the data that needs to be required.
Now, understand, notwithstanding maybe the lack of numbers that you've could provide, you're saying that your organization has submitted documents to the SAPS, effectively showing your side of the story based upon anecdotal evidence from the people that you deal with. What has been the SAPS response to that?
Okay, so yeah, the document that we sent them was actually a document where they asked us to give us input regarding all the comprehensive the definitions and classifications framework, where we all together decide if this would fit in, if it is a crime or not. So just to give you an idea, what was in the document, it was what should be considered as a rural area. That would include farms, game farms, small holdings, communal land and villages. Who would be potential victims? It's not only like a commercial farmer, it's not your normal farmer, it's not farm workers, laborers, tenants, family members, guests and contractors. That we said to them, it shouldn't only be the farmer itself, it should be an all-inclusive classification, and then what should be recognized as rural crimes. And we said farm attacks and murders, livestock theft and wild game poaching, illegal hunting with dogs, sabotaging infrastructure, that would be cable theft, solar pumps, things like that, arson, intimidation, and organized crime activities targeting farming and rural areas. The goal was to help SAPS standardize the rural safety data in order for us to be all under the one roof and understand the plan and understand the situation.
All right, so just to be clear, what did the SAPS then say?
No, so it's now under review. So we all did our piece and we've sent it back to them. It's now under review with their legal team, and we are awaiting their response regarding that. But I just want to clarify that they've asked us to help them to work on these definitions.
What about, let's just look at this issue here. Are we saying, I mean, you've also said that some of the farmers themselves underreport because they just feel it's not, it won't help, right? Which is rather bizarre. And I know you've mentioned that you don't agree with that. So they may have done that. But is the crime numbers then lower than what they are because they're being underreported? Or is it lower than what they are because it does make the SAPS look better in terms of their work?
Well, I think it's actually both ways. And in some instances, I know they get flack from the top where if there's issues and the stats go up, in all the meetings, they've got red flags and green flags. So when it goes up, the stats go up on certain items, then they will get reprimanded and asking them what is the issue. But not only that, I had a phone call earlier yesterday. Well, yesterday I received a phone call from a captain from one certain police station, and he indicated that he's got 14 staff members, or 14 constables, captains, whoever should be there that's working that day, and he's got only 2 vehicles available to accommodate that whole area. That whole area is around about 26 to 28,000 square kilometers. So, and I mean, that is not even a rural area. That's a peri-urban area, so that's next to a urban area.
Here's the thought. You talk about crime being high in rural communities and being underreported. I can think of, as I talk to you now, people listening to us from around the country, rural and in the cities, may saying, hey, but that's the same applies to my community. The point I want to make is this: how much of it is rural versus the cities, or how much of it is a case of South African crime in our country generally being underreported, and the issues of dealing with crime, you mentioned policing and all that sort of thing, is a reflection of the entire country. It's not so much a city versus rural.
I would say I agree with that. It's a national problem. I don't think it's just rural area, but historically there's been a lack of urgency and appropriate response for rural crimes, and in many areas it remains a reality. However, I think there are some improvements that it's worth noting. Is SAP has shown willingness to engage with farming organizations like SAI through joint safety platforms and advisory committees to start working on this. I know for a fact that in certain areas, in certain provinces, we were seeing better coordination between police, farm watchers, community police forums, and things like that. And the creation of the rural safety unit, although it's still limited, I think we're in a step of the right direction. That said, the progress is, I think, still a bit slow and uneven. And without proper reporting and these classifications and making sure that this data is there, I think the police stations itself in the rural and peri-urban areas still remains under-policed and under-prioritized.
Here's the last thing. Is it a rural issue in general, or is it a rural issue as it pertains to farms and farmers? And I say that because, as you and I know, that issue is a big global hot potato, hashtag Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think it is a rural issue as well. I don't think necessarily the urban areas, the police stations are fully equipped. They've got a lot of staff. I know some of the urban areas has got 30 to 40 staff members that work there. Your rural areas only goes to about 14, 15 people that work there.
The point I'm making is, in the rural areas, are the targets farms and farmers, or is it general crime for all people?
No, I think it's definitely aimed at farmers as well. I think it's an overall problem. It's the farms are spaced far between, so it's an easy target. And if they don't succeed on these farms itself, then they go to the rural areas and the communities, and they start robbing it there. So it is a global problem overall and a national issue.
Okay, that's where we're going to leave it, Leon Lawrence, the Development Coordinator at the Southern African Agri Initiative, SAI. Their claim is that there's crime numbers are underreported in rural areas, and as has been discussed often enough before, that the bulk of the crime is being committed against farmers or in farms itself, and the underreporting gives a big distortion. Some of the numbers that I hear, for example, the past 3 months, the SAPS claims 6 incidents. And SAI says in the last 5 months, it's actually 72 in total. Can you see that sort of distortion? Now, you may challenge it on your own, and you're living in the cities, or if you're living in the farming areas or rural areas of South Africa in particular. I really want to know what you think about it. That claim that it's underreported, but more so in rural communities versus urban, and as a result of that, there's a higher degree of policing in urban areas versus rural at the cost of people living in rural areas, and in this case, #the farmers. Well, this is the National Pulse. In fact, I'll get your calls. You can call in right now. I'll take your calls on this right away.
Mr. Govender, congrats on the retirement. You just sold your car to We Buy Cars. Tell us about it.
Yes, it just gathered dust in the garage, so I exchanged it for cold hard cash. Now my wife and I can enjoy a stress-free retirement.
Retiring the car as you retire. Nice. So why We Buy Cars?
It was so quick. They came over to our house to do the evaluation, and we sold it the same day. Tops, man.
Okay, so now you got even more time on your hands, eh?
Exactly.
We Buy Cars. Geared for your next chapter. Geared for you.
A stage awaits, not for applause, but for possibility. For over 40 years, Standard Bank has championed the arts. And at the National Arts Festival, we don't just watch talent rise, we help grow it. Through our Standard Bank Young Artist Winners, raw voices find power, unseen stories take the spotlight, and what begins as a dream grows into a legacy. Join us in Makhanda for the festival. Standard Bank, proud lead sponsor of B20 South Africa, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, I certainly want to hear you. Now, what we've done, as we did yesterday, we thought when we have the big story to start the show, we'll get a response immediately from you. So let's hear it, not later on, now. You can call in 086 000 2032. So here's a question to you, and you can give me a quick WhatsApp, yes, no via WhatsApp, or you can also tweet it out too, right? Do you think, anecdotally, particularly if you live in rural communities, do you think that rural crime is underreported compared to urban or city crime, or is it a case of everywhere it's really the same thing? And therefore, do you think that policing in the rural areas is actually being neglected versus what happens in the big cities? I'd like to get your thoughts on that one there. Right. Let's get to some of the calls quickly. Firstly, Tembing Nkosi in Durban. Go for it. Hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah,
how you doing, bro?
Good talking to you, right? Go for it. What's your point?
Lekker, bro. I was a guy that called a couple of days ago. I mentioned the Congo guys. Anyway, talking about the farmers, right? The thing is, I'm from the area between, so very rural, okay? So when you talk about Stanga, Guatawuza, and so there's a lot of, within the farms, communities, the population of the communities and within the farms, so the dispersation or the way people are dispersed, the demography is so it's completely it doesn't amount to the amount of the police compared to the community.
Because
I'll make you an example. There's only Umhlali police station between Ballito and Stanga. If you think about that now, communities. Yeah. So I do hear what my brother is saying, the white brother, what he's saying on the farms and all that. and those police stations, they were former.
Oh. Okay. I think we've just lost Tembeng Kosi. But okay, let's leave it at that, Tembeng Kosi. I got the gist of what you're saying, and you gave the example of Ballito and Stanger. I mean, that's a good distance. It's just one policing station there. But is it not the case that, in fact, that's the reality of our country? There's under-resourcing across the country, not just in rural communities as well. I believe we've got some problem with the phone lines. Let's see if we can get that back on there. In the meantime, I want to hear what you have to say regarding the conversation we just had. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You know, the gentleman that you are interviewing with regards to rural crime is selective. If you can invite the black residents, farm residents, you will get a different version. He didn't say anything about forced removal, people being denied access to water, electricity and sanitation, decent housing, and the right to have cattle on the farm, and the illegal impounding of the black people's cattle. He didn't say anything about that. Thank you.
No, he didn't. I mean, clearly, he focused on farms and farmers, not necessarily throwing in any political motivation, not at all, but just in terms of pure crime, saying there are far more crime occurrences than what has been reported according to the SAPS figures. There's more. Let's see if we can get those lines back up again. Mandla in Cape Town. Go for it, Mandla. Hi.
Yeah. Hello, my brother.
Yeah, good indeed. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashraf. Ashraf, we've got a problem of policing in the rural areas, in farming community. There's no policing at all. It's neglected. Some small towns there in the Eastern Cape, farming towns, you found the police station at night. Police lock themselves inside the police station. They lock themselves until the next morning.
Out of what? Out of fear? Why do they lock themselves?
I don't know.
Oh, we should ask them.
You can now imagine what happens to the farms now. If at town, police lock themselves at night. You know, these things need to be addressed. And you people in the media are not helping the country. You are siding with the ANC. You are defending the ANC. All you want to talk about Donald Trump, farmers, all that stuff.
So what should we be doing? So are we by talking about the lack of policing in rural areas, we are defending the ANC? How are we doing that?
No, you're not talking about the lack, Ashraf. I listen to your questioning. Your questioning is around Donald Trump and AfriForum, ANC, and all that stuff. You're not addressing the policy on the farms.
So what's the single biggest question we should be asking that you think needs to be asked?
You should ask government why there are no policing or patrolling the farms. You should ask government that.
Okay. All right. I hear you. Mandla got that. We should ask government. In fact, we do that all the time, by the way, and we're very critical of the lack of service delivery on many issues. Here's another one in the same vein.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Flores here from the beautiful Western Cape. Ashraf, I'm a community worker on the farms, and let me tell you, like your guest said there, seriously understaffed. Only 2 patrol vans and 6 policemen and women. From the one side to the one side, it's about 20 kilometers. To the other side, it's about 15 kilometers. And then to the furthest end, it's about 25 kilometers. And just where I am, in the area that I am in, there's about 5,000 people living. So yeah, the reaction time of the police is extremely slow. So we need more patrol vans. And they're mostly just doing during the day. At night, 7 o'clock, they knock off, and then crime needs to wait for tomorrow, unless you need to call someone from the big police station in town. Have a good show. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Well, I mean, so here's the fundamental question. Just think about it, because we'll take more calls on that as soon as we can, WhatsApp or live calls. If you're saying to me that policing is under-resourced in the country? The answer is yes, it's obvious. If you're saying the crime rate is far too high, the answer is obvious, right? Yes. If you're saying that the urban areas per capita, that means per percentage of population, disproportionately gets far more policing services than the rural, then I don't know that. Then that's the point we need to be talking about. Is that true or is that not true? Or is it understandable that rural communities, because they're so sparsely populated, will have less policing per percentage of population? What do you think? Well, this is the National Pulse. It's very clear what moves the National Pulse today, right? Let's get the news. It's 3:30. Yuzutsile.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. The Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, has left it to the National Assembly to decide about her budget. This follows an announcement by the DA that it will not support her budget, alleging that she's compromised. The NPA has filed a petition to the Supreme Court of Appeal for leave to appeal the judgment of the Free State High Court, which discharged Moradi Cholota. Last month, Judge Philip Lobster found that Cholota's extradition from the US was unlawful and ruled that South African courts do not have jurisdiction to try her as an accused in the 255 million rand asbestos roof removal case. And Ukraine has expressed concern that a decision by President Donald Trump's administration to suspend some US weapons deliveries to Kyiv could embolden Russia. Details at 4 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, in Pretoria, the N1 southbound has a stationary truck before Linwood Road. The N1 southbound has a crash reported near Rigel Avenue, and Eskempa-Hleli Drive northbound queuing towards the Putco depot. In KZN, the N2 northbound queuing through the construction area north of Spaghetti Junction. The N3 westbound has a stationary vehicle before the Hummersdale exit, and Umgeni Road outbound slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, Victoria Road outbound is slow moving through Woodstock, Voortrekker Road eastbound is slow moving through Maitland, and Marine Drive northbound in Tableview slow moving towards Dolphin Beach. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
So, to me, the good news, South Africa convincing winners against Zimbabwe, as we know yesterday. The bad news is the person who captained them is not going to captain them for the next test match.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Proteas left-arm spinner Keshav Maharaj has been ruled out of the second test against Zimbabwe due to a left groin strain. Maharaj sustained the injury while batting on day 3 of the first test on Monday, and he's going to return home for further assessments to determine the extent of that injury. And Sunaran Mutusami has been named as his replacement, while all-rounder Vian Mulder will lead the side in the second test, which begins on Saturday. Here's Proteas coach Shukri Conrad.
On top of his game at the minute. He's captained in his youth days, South Africa under 19, I think it is. He shows some really good leadership qualities. And I think this is part of his journey, you know, where he's starting to take more responsibility in the side. And we've seen him do a lot of that on the series, the short series thus far. And I think it'll be a great opportunity for Vian to grow into becoming a leader in this group. You know, he's got all the attributes, and I think the more responsibilities I give him, the better Vian reacts, and I think we'll see increased and improved performances as well. So I think he thrives on that responsibility.
Moving on to football, Sasol has confirmed that their partnership with the SA Football Association has come to an end after 16 years of supporting Banyana Banyana and the Sasol League. In a statement, Sasol says that they're waiting on feedback from SAFA regarding the terms of a potential renewal. Banyana are currently in Morocco preparing to defend the Women's Africa Cup of Nations title they won for the first time in 2022. And we're still uncertain on how the latest developments are going to affect Banyana and the league. And I must say, Ashraf, hearing this news was absolutely heartbreaking for me, because Sasol is one brand that has been very bold about supporting women's football in the country. They've created campaigns around just the development of football. I mean, they weren't only supporting Banyana, but also the Sasol League, which is the development side of women's football. Yeah. So if they don't renew their partnership with SAFA, because right now in the statement they're saying they're waiting to hear if SAFA is going to agree to some of the terms that they have, what's next for women's football in the country?
Well, the question goes back to what about SAFA? Because my understanding of sports sponsorship, you'll often get a company that sponsors a certain sport, and then sometimes strategically they take a decision after 5 years, they're moving out of that. Not because it's bad or anything of that sort. They're just like, we're out. For example, Standard Bank in cricket, they've been synonymous for a long time with one-day cricket. They made a decision, they're out of it. So they're out of it now completely. And they just move on, right? Momentum, I think, sponsors of the G-Sport for girls, by the way, made the decision. They're gone. So that happens. But the fact they've said we're waiting to see what the terms are, it means that, in fact, there's something lingering which has not been nailed down.
True.
And that's a bigger concern. So why would it be left to this late in the day, whereby the terms are over, the contract is over, they've put forward some terms in the negotiation, and there's no clarity on that. So now you have what's the football term when a person is when his contract is over in football terms? He's on a free transfer effectively.
Basically.
So it's a renegotiation completely, which is a bit strange because that could take months.
And also, it says a lot that it's not Sasol that is holding up their negotiations. They're waiting on SAFA.
Well, to be fair, maybe Sasol's offering half the price. We don't know until SAFA talks. We need to get SAFA to tell us why.
Absolutely. Well, talking about the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, 3 days to go. Today, the spotlight is on Linda Motlalo, also known as Randfontein Ronaldinho. She has played in the best leagues in the world, the United States, China, Sweden, and now in Scotland. And this is going to be her third appearance at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. She was a standout in Morocco over 2 years ago. And now with Thembi Kgatlana out, there will be even more on her shoulders this time around. Fun fact about the WAFCON, it's the oldest women's tournament in Africa, having started back in 1991. Back then, it was called the African Women's Championship. Well, still staying with football, Orlando Pirates have announced the signing of Bafana winger Oswin Apollos. Apollos becomes Pirates' 9th official signing and joins the club for an undisclosed fee from Polokwane City. The speedy winger joined Rise and Shine from Pretoria Calais in July 2023 and has since been a remarkable player on the rise, which earned him also a spot in Hugo Bruce's Bafana side. In rugby, 4 injured Springboks will be fit for the second test against Italy in Gqeberha. Coach Rassie Erasmus says that Captain Siya Kolisi, flank Peter Steph du Toit, scrum half Grant Williams and wing Makazola Mapimpi are all expected to be available for selection after missing last week's win against the Barbarians in Cape Town, and this Saturday's opening test of the season against Italy at Loftus Versfeld. Ending things off with the athletics, young spring star Bayanda Walaza will lead the South African charge at the 2025 CAA African Under-18 and Under-20 Championships. That is from the 16th to the 20th of July in Nigeria. Now, the team includes 14 girls in the Under-19 division and 19 women in the Under-20 age group, as well as 17 Under-18 boys and 20 Under-20 men. The world-class squad is spearheaded by Under-20 World 100 and 200 meter champion Walaza, who will compete in the junior men's 100 meter event. On that note, it is a wrap from myself, and I'll have more in the next hour.
Keeping your family healthy this winter can feel like a daunting task. Try the Lung Shield range. It includes capsules to support healthy lungs and immunity, a syrup for kids that supports the immune system and promotes lung health, and an effervescent with 13 essential ingredients to optimize immune function. Put your family's health first this winter with the Lung Shield range. Available without a prescription at leading pharmacies. Lung Shield, prescribed by doctors, recommended by pharmacists.
They all believe they will be crowned champions, but gold medallions are reserved for the best of them all. It is the incredible clash of the 12 African women's national teams. Catch all the 24 matches of the Cap Total Energies Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024 from 5 to 26 July 2025 on SABC Plus, S3, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
There's been a sense for the last week or two that the Iran-Israel war somehow put the whole issue of Israel-Palestine, Israel-Gaza on the side just for the moment. But it's back in the news, and mainly because of a planned ceasefire proposal. That's according to the United States President Donald Trump, who announced that Israel, on the one hand, has agreed to the conditions of a 60-day ceasefire, and is now leaving it to the Hamas group to decide whether they're going to accept the proposal, a Trump proposal, of course. Let's try and make sense of what the proposal is and how realistic is it to attaining a ceasefire. With me is Zeenat Adam, who's the Deputy Executive Director at the Afro-Middle East Center. Zeenat, good to connect with you on the National Pulse. Hello.
Hi, Ashraf. Thanks for having me once again.
Thank you. Let's start talking about the terms first. I mean, what's your understanding of some of the key agreements or arrangements as part of the ceasefire proposal?
At this stage, Ashraf, what we have discovered is that actually what the Iran-Israel war has done is ushered in this possibility of being able to have the discussions and move this ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. Of significance is that there isn't a great deal of change from the last one that was tabled by Qatar and Egypt, and essentially looks at the release of the hostages in a phased process and with a ceasefire over 60 days. What is significant is that Israel has now made pronouncements that the time is ripe for such a ceasefire. It appears that much of this is because of the kind of pressure that they've received from the Trump administration since the 12-day war with Iran. But also the court of public opinion within Israel seems to be wanting an end to this war and applying that kind of pressure onto the politicians, indicating specifically that they want to see the release of all the captives, and that if the Israeli military has been making pronouncements that most of Gaza has been destroyed, what are they still targeting? And I think that a lot of it has to do with whether or not Netanyahu is able to deliver on this in order to have longevity in his own political career.
Now, in terms of, I mean, you made the point about Iran earlier on, right? And I think Trump has sort of indicated that what they call now this damaged or destroyed Iran provides more leverage for a ceasefire agreement because the Iranians are not a threat to the Israelis any longer and therefore may not be supportive of Israel, of Palestine any longer, even if they wanted to. I mean, do you think that that's true?
I think that we need to read the situation over the 12 days between Iran and Israel quite differently. I think that Israel was very provocative in trying to engage in a war with Iran. They backed on the idea that the United States would come to their rescue and full support, and that didn't happen in the manner in which they anticipated that it would. And they suffered some significant blows to their infrastructure within Tel Aviv, and without the help of the Americans, they recognized that they would not be able to engage in such a war. I also think that there was a very theatrical display of diplomacy around the bringing the war to an end when it came to the fireworks display that we saw over Qatar and the Al Udeid base and the interception there. I think it was really performative in order for all parties to save face.
So you call that well, you called it fireworks and performative, right? What would be the motivation for that? I mean, you did say save face. It would be theatrics to prove to what end?
I think that a lot of the diplomacy was already taking place behind the scenes, and that this was agreed between Iran, Qatar, and the United States, very much like the response from the Iranians some years ago over the killing of their General Soleimani, that there has to be some kind of public display of a reaction and public display of an interception so that it brings an end to the war for all parties. Yeah. Otherwise, there would have been an intensification of the battles.
Yeah, it seemed very strange that it sort of appeared to intensify, and within a minute it is all over already. Now Trump posted on his Trump Truth platform, and I'll just read parts of it, saying the Qataris and the Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver this final proposal. I hope, for the good of the Middle East, that Hamas takes this deal, because it will not get better. It will only get worse. And then saying, thank you for your attention. I want to pick up the last line when he says, I hope that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better. It will only get worse. He's referring to the deal, not to the conditions of the people, or is he referring to both?
I would anticipate that he's looking at the deal, but I also think that there's not any significant change from the previous deals that were placed on the table. I do expect that Hamas, as they had in the past with all the other presentations of ceasefire agreements that were presented before them, that they will certainly consider signing on the dotted line. With the previous, and we hear this repeatedly from the Qatari mediators, that the previous ceasefire agreements that had been presented to all parties were violated by Israel, essentially. And we hope that in this instance, with the pressure from the Trump administration, that Israel actually holds to the ceasefire agreement, and that perhaps they can look beyond the 60 days and try and have something with much more longevity towards a more sustainable peace.
What are the real, with Trump, it's always what he says or what he tweets and then what he really means. And I look at examples of Trump and Elon Musk, and you never really understand what is he trying to say. Ultimately, what are the big stakes we're playing with here, keeping in mind the geopolitics and the changing geopolitics of that region?
Well, there's been a protracted war for almost 2 years in Gaza, and publicly this has been an embarrassment for not just the Americans but the Europeans for their complicity and support of Israel in its genocide of Palestinians. And this has been blatantly available on TikTok and on all the reports that we see on a daily basis. So there's an undeniability of that. They have to be able to withdraw from this and encourage Netanyahu to move in a direction that shows humanity, and in the face of starving children, in the face of the violations of international humanitarian law repeatedly, I think that this is the only way in which they can usher this in. I also think that the Qataris had played a very, very strong game when Trump visited the region more recently, and knowing that he's a deal maker, certainly presented him with really lavish gifts and promises of investment, and that this is a means for them as the mediators in the case of the situation in Gaza to try and deliver on a peace agreement.
Okay, so there's two narratives finally. The one narrative is that the Israelis continue bombing, the streets and of course the people of Gaza, looking for, Hamas combatants, and in doing so, they're eliminating everybody that stands in their way. The other narrative is, as we know, that, yes, they're doing so because effectively these are covert operations being done because Hamas are using people as these human shields. And the third side of that is that, has Hamas actually indicated that they are genuinely willing to agree on a ceasefire, meaning return the hostages? Now, we will get that from callers as well, to say, return the hostages and the discussion's over. How do you understand where we are with those narratives right now?
Well, that was on the table previously, return the hostages and the discussion's over, and Hamas was in the process of returning all of those hostages when Israel said, no, it's not enough. We actually want regime change here. We want to make sure that Hamas doesn't exist ever again. We want to eliminate each and every person in Gaza, and that many of these people are seen, the ordinary citizens, including the children, are seen to be supportive of Hamas, and so they all need to be eliminated. And that was the war strategy that they were going in with, and completely supported by upper echelons of the Israeli politicians in the Knesset. Things have changed recently, and what it looks like is that Netanyahu wants to try and move towards a new election in Tel Aviv, and if he wants to do that, he needs to try and curry favor not just as a war hero, but now try and look at whether he can deliver on a peace, and that way perhaps win back some of those who are anti-war into his camp. Previously, he won the election by making an alliance with with people like Smotrich and others who were hardline Zionists, and that pushed him towards a war. It's all about political survival here, and it's also about what happens within the Israeli political space, not just in terms of what's happening in Gaza.
Here's the last thing, short answer on this one here. Who's winning the public relations war between Israel on the one end and Hamas on the other? And does it matter? Quick answer, yeah?
I think not just, I don't think we can have it as stark as black and white in that way. I think that who's winning that public opinion are the Palestinian people who have survived this for the last 600 days and who continue to be bombarded and killed and attacked. And we see that on a daily basis, with hospitals being destroyed, with famine being enforced on them, starvation, drugs even being delivered as humanitarian aid. It's not a simple answer, Ashraf.
Okay, got that, Zeenat Adam. Much appreciate your time, Deputy Executive Director at the Afro Middle East Center. Zeenat, we'll have a podcast of that up pretty shortly. Vusani always does that. But also, if you feel like tweeting some of your key points, just tag myself, and SFM Radio will certainly repost that as well. This is the National Pulse. Let's get reaction as well from you after this.
Wayne, for you, what is the real deal?
For me, it's really customer service. It's getting my money's worth. So if I phone Outsurance and I've got a problem, they're always there.
So it's not just, we've got your money, now off you go.
No, money is not the biggest deal for me. It's service. Just phone Outsurance, get a quote and see what they can offer you. If you don't save that $321 like I did, you might get a $500 or $1,000 back. Service and savings, you'll always get something out.
Go to outsurance.co.za now for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands.
What does you always get something out mean to you, Lorette?
Outsurance made it possible for us to live our dream to travel more with the money in our pocket that we save.
Let me know, what is it?
$725. It was unbelievable. My husband, he sits there on the chair and he's just nodding his head and say, yes, yes, yes. This is really not just an advertisement. This is really real.
Go to outsurance.co.za now for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and information online.
EFC is live this Thursday. After months of talk,
And you got nothing, bro. Beat someone relevant, then come show me what you got.
the middleweight division's biggest rivalry comes to a dramatic conclusion.
Massive drama here at the main event of EFC. Never seen anything like it. This crowd.
It's Luke Michael versus Shadrach and Sua for the middleweight title, EFC 125. Live from the World Sports Betting Arena this Thursday, July 3rd. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Night Talk with Oliver Dixon.
You and I have a country to build, difficult conversations to have, solutions to find, and stories to tell. Join me, Oliver Dixon, on Night Talk every Monday to Thursday from 10 p.m. to midnight.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
All right, make a note of this. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, under the banner of the Van Tuka Af Living Legends Recognition Series, will host a tribute concert in honor of some significant names. Well, in this case, Mama Abigail Kubeka, celebrating her 68 years of excellence in the South African music industry. So this takes place this coming Saturday at 6 p.m. at the State Theatre in Pretoria. It features over 25 legendary performers, and they are legendary. Yvonne Chaka Chaka, Faith Kekana, Mandisa Dlanga, Kanyo Mapumulo, and then Sipho Hot Six Mabuse, together with McCoy Mrubata. And there's more, right? Tickets available at Web Tickets and Pick and Pay. Get your tickets now. The Abigail Kubeka Tribute Concert, supported by SABC Radio.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So here's a big question. Who is entitled to access healthcare services in South Africa? And I make the distinction between South Africans, citizens living in South Africa, and people living in South Africa who are not South African citizens. That's come up because the South African Human Rights Commission has expressed concern about recent reports suggesting that there are certain healthcare facilities in the country that deny treatment to individuals on the basis of nationality or documentation status. Now, the Commission has warned that such practices are not only unethical and unlawful, but also inconsistent with South Africa's obligations under both the domestic and international human rights law. Let's try and fully understand the complexities of this, if indeed it is complex, with Sandra Mokwasha, who is the Commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. Sandra, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to your listeners, and it's good to connect to you as well.
Thank you. So let's start with this. What does the law say, so we understand it, and what do you find is happening in practice?
I think it's important to start with Section 27 of the Constitution, which clearly states that everyone has the right to access to healthcare, including reproductive healthcare. So that's the starting premise. And then we have legislation that is around that, it speaks and expands to this and says that we have not only South African citizens, refugees, asylum seekers, children, unaccompanied minors, persons in detention, vulnerable populations such as persons with disabilities, elderly persons, and persons living in poverty. So that's where we start. We start with the Constitution, and then we have legislations that are framed around the Constitution that broaden this right. And it's a universal right. And then when we speak about emergency healthcare services, it then expands that it says that emergency healthcare services must be provided not only by public hospitals, but by private hospitals in this conversation. So what we're doing as the Commission is to remind South Africans of our constitutional obligations, as well as you said, our international obligations. It speaks about, the treaties that we've signed about universal health care. And often what we have to do is remind South Africans of the law, as well as the obligations that we have, that we as South Africans, through our representatives, have acknowledged and say we will be able to provide emergency health care to those who are in the borders of South Africa.
Okay, so the key phrase there is emergency health care. You're saying emergency health care should be applicable to all who are in this country, whether they are citizens or they're not citizens, but what's the position, whether they're documented or undocumented?
The law doesn't distinguish between documented and undocumented persons in the Republic. It says all who are within the borders of South Africa are entitled to universal health care. You'll note that in most cases, they're not supposed to be asking that question. They simply ask for it for documentary purposes to ensure they're able to trace those who have been given medical assistance.
Okay, so what's happening in practice? Give me some examples of what you've heard, and then we'll talk about what can be done about it.
I think let's start with the healthcare system in South Africa. And given the fact that over the last few years, we've noted, poor infrastructure, high levels of vacancies. We have noticed this year with the United States stopping funding to assist South Africa in terms of the ARVs and TB treatment processes, resulting in a number of clinics being closed, shortage of healthcare facilities, medications. So the public is frustrated by these systematic failures, and often when that happens, where you have limited resources for an unlimited population, you do find these tensions and conflicts taking place. So that's the first thing. So in terms of our monitoring exercises that we have done as the South African Human Rights Commission, we've noted these systematic issues, and it all goes down to budget. Currently, the budget that has been allocated to the Department of Health to ensure that they resolve these systematic issues, such as poor infrastructure of the hospitals, high levels of vacancies, which means that one doctor is seeing possibly between 100 and 200 patients in a day, which is impossible and impractical. So we need to speak about what are we doing in terms of the budget allocation to ensure that we deal with these systematic issues. I think last year we've seen the protests of doctors who are qualified who don't have an opportunity to be employed in the system. So we have to address those issues, which the Human Rights Commission is, in terms of its provincial monitoring, is speaking to the respective MECs. A few weeks ago, I was with the MEC of Health speaking about the Tsilideni hospital, and as well as the systematic issues that we are facing.
All right.
Denying people access to healthcare won't resolve the systematic problems.
Let's end with this. I mean, budget, you already made the point. I think we all know that there are huge budget problems or constraints across the country on the issues, and therefore it plays out at hospitals. And I can tell you now, we're going to get calls from people just now to say, it's fine making an issue about the rights of let's say, foreign nationals, undocumented, or they would say illegal foreign nationals, when we who have documentation, who are citizens of the country, we also can't get into public hospitals because of complete decay of the standards, and that could be linked to budget, meaning there are no resources. So in simple terms, if you've got a car that can seat 5 people, you can't seat 10 people in a car. You're going to have a problem. What's your quick response to that?
The quick response to that is that should we not address and provide medical health care to everyone, issues such as HIV will not be addressed, and TB, which are the most problematic issues in South Africa. So we will see an increase in that. And the issue is then we really need all governments, and specifically in the SADC region, to have a conversation about access to healthcare in South Africa, and how do we then navigate and answer that so that we don't have vulnerable members of the community battling it out for limited resources at hospitals.
Let's leave it at that, Sandra Makwasha. I'm sure we're going to get a response on that. I have no doubt about it. Commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. Let's hear from you. By the way, we'll chat on the other side of the news to the chairperson of the Mayebuye National Consultation Process. Looking forward to that conversation coming up. But first things first, it's the news with Utsile Saku.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories at 4 o'clock. National Assembly to decide on the human settlements budget, and US suspends delivery of some weapons to Ukraine. Good afternoon. Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane has left it to the National Assembly to decide about her budget. This follows an announcement by the DA that it will not support her budget, alleging that she's compromised. Simelane briefed the media ahead of tabling her budget vote, saying she is not tabling it to the DA or for the Simelane family, but for the nation.
I'm not presenting a budget for Simelane family, no. I'm presenting a budget which is supposed to serve the people of South Africa. So I'm not sure if it is a wise thing to personalize a budget. It can never be personal. And I'm not presenting it to the Democratic Alliance. I'm presenting it to the National Assembly this afternoon. The National Assembly will take a decision.
The NPA has filed a petition to the Supreme Court of Appeal for leave to appeal the judgment of the Free State High Court, which discharged Moradi Cholota. Last month, Judge Philip Locher found that Cholota's extradition from the US was unlawful and ruled that South African courts do not have jurisdiction to try her as an accused in the 255 million rand asbestos roof removal case. Cholota was the personal assistant of then Free State Premier Ace Magashule when the asbestos tender was allegedly illegally awarded in 2014. The NPA is adamant that the court erred by applying the case law used to discharge Cholota from the case. NPA spokesperson Mthunzi Maga.
We are of the firm view that the Honourable Judge erred in dismissing the application for leave to appeal, that there are reasonable prospects of success to appeal the Cholota judgment, and that there are compelling reasons for the SCA to hear the appeal. We are also exploring the possibility of approaching the Constitutional Court, challenging the same judgment in view of the possible far-reaching implications on many other extradition matters.
Limpopo Premier Popi Ramathuba says infrastructure backlogs have slowed down economic growth and service delivery. Ramathuba also issued a strong warning to developers that have not met their set targets in roads and water infrastructure. She was speaking at the Provincial Infrastructure Workshop underway in Polokwane, where MECs, heads of departments and other stakeholders are attending. The South African Weather Service has issued a yellow level 2 warning for damaging winds for the area between Saldanha Bay and Plettenberg Bay, which will make navigation at sea difficult. It's expected to start on Friday. The weather forecaster has also issued a yellow 4 level warning of disruptive rainfall across the Western Cape tomorrow. The City of Cape Town's Disaster Risk Management Centre spokesperson Charlotte Powell says they are on standby for any incidents.
A yellow level 2 warning for damaging winds is expected between Saldanha Bay and Cape Agulhas on Friday. A yellow level 2 warning for damaging waves resulting in difficulty in navigation at sea between Cape Agulhas and Plettenberg Bay on Sunday until Monday.
Finally, further afield, Ukraine has expressed concern that a decision by President Donald Trump's administration to suspend some U.S. weapons deliveries to Kyiv could embolden Russia. Washington hasn't confirmed that weapons would be affected, but it's believed to include Patriot air defense missiles and artillery shells. Ukraine's foreign ministry has invited a U.S. diplomat for talks. The BBC's Paul Adams has the details.
The Pentagon's announcement, about which there are few details, seems to have taken Ukrainian officials by surprise. Worries about US stockpiles are hardly new, but the American chargé d'affaires in Kyiv has been asked to clarify what's going on. Any delay or hesitation in supporting Ukraine's defence capabilities, the Foreign Ministry said, would encourage the aggressor to continue the war rather than seeking peace. President Zelensky's office expressed the hope that the coming days would bring clarification. Patriot air defence batteries and the missiles carried by Western-supplied F-16 jets are vital to protect Ukraine from Russia's relentless aerial attacks.
Recapping the top story, Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane has left it to the National Assembly to decide about her budget. This follows an announcement by the DA that it will not support her budget, alleging that she's compromised. For SAFM News, I am Utsile Saku. Headlines at 4:30.
In your sports this hour, Willemse raring to go, and F1 puts in a plan if Middle East races cannot happen. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 southbound in Alexandra has a stationary vehicle before London Road, and the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg slow moving towards Crown Interchange. In Cape Town, the N2 Nelson Mandela Boulevard outbound slow moving towards Hospital Bend, and the M5 southbound slow moving towards the N1 Kuburg Interchange. The N1 outbound is slow moving towards Okavango Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. After months of talk,
And you got nothing, bro. Beat someone relevant, then come show me what you got.
the middleweight division's biggest rivalry comes to a dramatic conclusion.
Massive drama here at the main event of EFC. Never seen anything like it. This crowd.
It's Luke Michael versus Shadrach and Sua for the middleweight title, EFC 125. Live from the World Sports Betting Arena this Thursday, July 3rd. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Arts Festival is back. South Africa's biggest celebration of the arts is on. From the 26th of June to the 6th of July, Makhanda becomes the stage for South Africa's boldest theatre, dance, music, arts, comedy, and more. Experience the creative energy, markets, exhibitions, and many surprises. It's where the country comes to create and the world takes notice. Browse the program and book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. Own it, celebrate it, be there.
Right, still more to come. First of all, welcome your thoughts as we get into the second hour of the 3-hour show of the National Pulse. And a question I often ask you, what moves the National Pulse today? Now, there's been two issues, one that's dominated. In fact, three big issues we've spoken about, right? One is the issue of the claim from Leon Lawrence from the Southern African Agri and Initiative about what he calls underreporting of in terms of complaints around crime in rural communities. Okay, and that plays out in terms of resources as well. That's the one thing, talking about farms and farmers. The other is a conversation I had with Zenat Adam regarding the possible ceasefire between Israel and Gaza in particular. And then just towards the end, that conversation with the South African Human Rights Commission about them making the point constitutionally, if a person is in this country, they are required and they needed emergency treatment at any hospital in South Africa. They cannot be turned away. Right, you have an opinion. Of course you do. Let's hear it. We'll get your calls just now. 086 000 2032 and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107. That's text or voice notes, 30 seconds if you're sending out a voice note. And then you can tweet right away. Okay, hashtag the National Pulse when you do just that, and tag myself, Ashraf Garda. Don't forget to tag SFM Radio too, right? In the meantime, listen to this. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, under the banner of the Van Tuka Af Living Legends Recognition Series, will host a tribute concert in honor of Mama Abigail Kubeka, celebrating her 68 years of excellence in the South African music industry. Now, this takes place this coming Saturday at the State Theatre in Pretoria, happens at 6 p.m. and features over 25 legendary performers. And of course, you'll recognize all the names: Ibon Chaka Chaka, Faith Kekana, Mandisa Dlanga, Kanyo Mapumulo, as well as Sipho Hotsticks, Mabuse McCoy, Mrubata, and there's more, of course. Right now, tickets, you can get them at Web Tickets as well as Pick and Pay. So get your tickets now. The Abigail Kubeka tribute concert is supported by SABC Radio.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, and if we think we have reason to look at what moves the National Pulse so far, and I've given you 3 reasons, well, let me give you a 4th reason. Let's talk about the Mayibuye National Consultation process and where that's headed, and whether the end goal of a party, a political party, a new political party, will in fact be achieved. We know that Floyd Shivambu announced the names of the people that effectively will form now part of this Mayibuye National Consultation process, right? But let's find out where we are with that right now. With me is the national chairperson of the Mayibuye, right? And that's Mabato Mokwase. Appreciate your time. Thanks for connecting to us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and the listeners of your program.
Much appreciated. Of course, in politics, things move at a rapid pace. So what happened last week is like history. Where are we now with regard to the consultation process, or the Mayibuye consultation process?
Thank you very much. I would just love to mention upfront that the Mayibuye consultation, it's not a political party. We are volunteers from all over 9 provinces, which culminated to drive this process of a consultation. We met yesterday as officials of the Mayibuye consultation to map a way forward for the upcoming few weeks, which is going to unfold on consultation processes throughout South Africa. But we are in a planning process of that process.
All right. I mean, thanks for emphasizing that. I think it's been made very clear. There is, of course, a speculation that because the key question that the process will be asking is, should we have a political party or not? It's understandable for many people that the end goal would be a political party anyway, isn't it?
Not at all. We are a consultation committee which is going to go out to 9 provinces and listen to our people, listen to communities at large, listening to churches, listening to community formations, independent councillors, and even councillors who are not happy within their political parties. They are most welcome to come and make an input as to where do we go from here. Do we establish an NGO? Do we establish a church? Do we establish a political movement? Or what is it that they want us to to establish.
But here's the challenge, right? How much of the consultative process is enough? What I'm saying is, when you have an election, even then, not everybody votes, okay? But let's say 40% or 50% of the people vote, then that's 50% of the voting public. When you don't have an election and you sound out and you canvass opinions in town halls or churches or wherever you go, 1 million people, 500,000 people, 100,000 people, how do you know that's enough of a consensus?
Look, the reality is that the constituencies that we are going to be speaking to and canvassing to come and state their opinions to us, it's enough to tell me in Gaskgonyana municipality, when we have these kinds of constituencies coming to us, we would know if we have covered enough in that local municipality. So the reality is all 9 provinces are going to be covered. And if we are done with all 9 provinces in a certain particular time, we are going to consolidate a national report, which each and every South African, each and every constituency will have access to it, to say we have met the people throughout the province, and this is how the people feel we should be moving. And this is the direction that we are taking.
And how much of let's call it the voice of the people will be enough? So let's say you speak about a specific community. Do you need 50% of their voices to acknowledge form a party or to move in a certain direction? Do you need like 60%, 70%? How would you determine that?
We are fortunate that this process comes at a time that we are not in a hurry for political expediency. That's one. Number 2, we are not in a hurry to hold any government position. So this process is going to unfold at a very much comfortable manner, whether we reach 60 or 70%, but we've got the time in our hands because we're not rushing for any elections. So we've got the time in our hands. There is no political party in South Africa which was formed recently, which undertook this process that my Buya consultation is going to be undertaking. The EFF has never done that. The MKP has never done that. Rise Mzansi, you name them. They have never went out to the community and said, what is it that you want us to do? And we've got time in our hands to do it. And this is the most important thing to do when you want to be driven, to be a community or societal driven sort of a movement.
I mean, you can debate. I mean, I think Rise Mzansi may say they've been consulted, but I mean, that's besides the point, right? If you're saying that none of the others really in the main have done that, why do you think then it's that important to actually undergo this consultative process as opposed to having a vision, setting up the vision and then convincing the, let's call it the public or the electorate, if it's a political party, but if not a party, then the public to support your vision?
The reality is that these other formations fails because they impose their ideas to the people of this country. They are not consultative, but rather they impose what they think is correct. Now, we've got the experience of these parties to say these people are failing because this is the stage that they have skipped. Now, we cannot skip the stage, but we are also saying we do not want to preempt the outcomes of this consultative process. If these consultative processes says open up a community movement or a community-driven organization, that will be the feeling of this process, and that will be the feeling of the people of South Africa at large. So we are not imposing ourselves. The basic principle of this consultation is listening to the people.
Okay, now
don't impose yourself.
I hear you. You say you have time on your side. So, you know, there's two options then. There would be form a political party or don't form a political party, form a movement of, or a civic movement of sorts. Fine, okay. So if it's a political party, then I would suggest you actually don't have time on your side, meaning you have a local election coming up in, let's say, approximately a year's time, and you want to catch that, and you have a national election a few years later, but you certainly want to be able to test yourself at that local election. So time is running out.
The reality is that we are not here for political expediency. We are here to listen to what the people are saying. We do not want to commit any other mistakes which was committed by other recently formed political parties of imposing themselves to people. So whether this process is going to pass and the time will catch up with us or for local government, it's not even on our cards, because we want to do what people are saying this is what you must do. We are not here for political expediency. We are not here for any other a government power or any other government position. We are here to listen to our people, and we're not going to preempt any of the outcomes here.
Okay. What about Floyd Shivambu? I mean, he's a key person in this drive. Is he still part of the MK party?
Many other people who are with us are with many other political parties, and that include Comrade Floyd Shivambu, who's still having a membership within the MK party. Now, we are saying it is within their party's rights whether to expel them, to cancel their membership, but people are here and they are saying, we have seen what these other parties have done. They are imposing themselves on other people. They are family businesses, like the MK majority of people are saying they are a family business. The EFF is cultified. The ANC is declining through the electoral system. So people are here all over. It's not only the MK people, it's the EFF who are here, it's the African National Congress who are here.
Let's end with a very quick answer here, right? When you're forming a party or a movement, you try and find the gap in the space here. Where do you see the gap? What void can you fill in? With a short answer, if you can, please.
ANC has been in power for more than 30 years and our people are still unemployed. There's still a lot of crime in South Africa, and they're still faced with load shedding. And none of our people are liberated. The EFF was supposed to be a vehicle for that, and it has deviated. It has become a cultified organization. Okay. The MK, which recently was supposed to be a hope of black people, it has completely deviated. They are infightings. It's a family business. They are all fighting for money.
Okay, and that's where you see your gap and your purpose. Mabatu Mokwase, the Mayibuye National Chairperson, much appreciate the conversation with us here on the National Pulse. So let's see where it goes. One thing we can say is this is the National Pulse. In many ways, I would suggest that they were also listening to the show and you get a good sense of the pulse of the nation.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
They all believe they will be crowned champions, but gold medallions are reserved for the best of them all. It is the incredible clash of the 12 African women's national teams. Catch all the 24 matches of the Cap Total Energies Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024 from 5 to 26 July 2025 on SABC Plus, S3, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAFM.
Abungile, let me maybe give you a chance to come in as well.
I had been to a mainstream school and I knew what it could offer. It was also a boarding school. The first thing I asked the principal was, are we all going in the same classroom? My mother said, well, why are you asking him? And I said, well, because I'm visually impaired, but I'm not going to be able to learn if I can't see. And what about my classmate who has deafness? How are we all going to be taught in the same classroom when my other classmate has autism and they learn in a certain way versus the child who has a learning impairment? These are the things that I witnessed as a child, and realizing these are the real deprivations that every child should have.
Abongile Kantini is a diversity, equity, inclusion.
If you're ready to talk, I'm here to listen, and nothing is off the agenda.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, let's get reaction from you. There's so much you can talk about, and the show is not even an hour and a half gone, like just an hour and a bit. Middle East, peace proposals, underreporting in terms of crime stats in rural communities. The possible formation of a movement, a political party, Mayibuye, the consultative forum, as you've heard, and then the issue from the South African Human Rights Commission, which is that, foreign national or local, if you're in the country and you need emergency treatment in hospitals, you can't be turned away constitutionally, not at the discretion of the minister or the president. Constitutionally, you can't. Now, let's have another conversation. So you may recall about a week and a bit ago, we spoke to the Freedom Front Plus, their leader, Dr. Corné Mulder. He was in the USA, in Washington at the time when we spoke to him. They've come back to South Africa, their team of 3, and we're going to play parts of the press conference they've had today, the media briefing. But first things first, when I spoke to him just over a week ago, to Dr. Corné Mulder, I asked him about that. Like, what did he expect coming out of that visit to the USA then?
I think there's a big difference. When I heard about the visit from President Ramaphosa with his delegation, I was immediately concerned that it will not end in a constructive, positive manner. And for one simple reason. At that stage already, the relationship between South Africa and the United States was severely strained. You'll remember it was the executive order by President Trump. It was the recall of the expelling of our ambassador. It was the question of the refugees. There were a number of issues there. If that is the case, you cannot start these kind of things on the level of the heads of state. You are asking for a catastrophe. You start these things on a lower level between officials of the country and try to smooth out the problems and get some progress and sorting these things out. If you are successful, then only you get the heads of state to come together and sign some kind of an agreement. Mm-hmm. That did not happen. It started right from the top, and, well, it all ended with, I don't think, my view is it was not in our best interest.
So let's get back home, because that's where they are now. I mean, that entire visit was done under the theme of an Afrikaner perspective on U.S.-South Africa relations. So this is very different, or is it different, to what happened with the AfriForum and Solidarity, right? But let's pick out part of that media briefing from the self-same Dr. Corné Mulder.
To complain. We were not going there as a complain group that just want to go and say, this is bad, this is bad. That's not why we went. We made it clear right from the beginning that we would like to see our country prosper. We would like to see that our country is a success in terms of becoming, once again, a winning nation in a winning country. However, we are of the view that there are certain challenges that are making that very difficult and that are preventing that. And if we want to succeed, we needed to discuss these things in a very frank manner, and we did. I was amazed, and if I can just say this, Mr. Chris Opperman, who accompanied us, is based in Washington. Chris was a member of South Africa's Foreign Relations Department for many, many years prior to 1994, and he also served since 1994 for a stint. And he was able to assist us in terms of getting doors to open for us to be heard. And he will refer to that just now and give you his impression of what happened. I was impressed in terms of who were prepared to talk to us, who were prepared to see us. One of the important things that we came with after the visit was the request that we should communicate to South Africa, that we should communicate to the government, that in order to reset relations between the United States and South Africa, the White House, the Trump administration has got 4 specific, non-negotiable preconditions. And immediately it was queried afterwards by some, Some said, but that sounds very strange. How is it possible that the Trump administration will interact with a delegation like this and not officially with South Africa in terms of DIRCO? The reply was, they have done so, but they are concerned that it seems that they are not heard, that the things that they put on the table as preconditions to reset relations between the United States and South Africa is either not taken seriously or is not being heard. So we dealt with that. We had a very successful meeting in that regard, and Dr. De Jager will just now give an indication of how that process played out in terms of that meeting, in terms of how those preconditions were then communicated to South Africa. I also undertook that when I'm back, being part of the Government of National Unity, I will in writing communicate what came out of that meeting to President Ramaphosa. I undertook that to the White House, and also to the leaders of the other parties in the Government of National Unity. Interesting enough, I was on the plane this morning back from Cape Town, and in the business day of today, there's an interesting article that deals with this whole crisis, a whole issue dealing with trade and the tariff barriers that will come into effect a week from today. And in this article, I think it's on page 2, it quotes our Minister of Trade, Mr. Pakstau, and he basically goes ahead and then he says, there's a group of African countries that have now applied to the United States for a further exemption to give more time to negotiate. If that's going to be done, I don't know. It may be, maybe not. But interesting enough, he refers to a new template that comes from the United States, a template to assist countries in terms of making proposals for trade. And then there's a very interesting quote here which I read, which says the following: the framework, that's now the new template, the framework deal addresses US concerns relating to, among others, non-tariff barriers. And those non-tariff barriers are the things that were conveyed to us in the White House by the Trump administration.
Okay, let's get your reaction as well on that from Dr. Corné Mulder, the Freedom Front Plus leader. But first things first, it's time for the news headlines. Here's Utsile Saku.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Gauteng High Court Judge President Dunstan Mlambo says his age could be used as an advantage to Chief Justice Mandisa Maya. This as interviews for the role are underway in Sandton, Johannesburg. Judge President Mlambo is one of 3 candidates being interviewed by the Judicial Service Commission. The Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, has left it to the National Assembly to decide about her budget. This follows an announcement by the DA that it will not support her budget, alleging that she is compromised. And China has pushed back on an announcement from the Tibetan Buddhism spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, over who will identify his successor after his death. Details at 5 o'clock with Greg Hoss.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 northbound in Bedfordview queuing on the link to the N12 East at Gillies interchange. The M1 northbound in Sandton has a crash before Greyston Drive, and Main Reef Road in Crown queuing at Church Street. In KZN, the M7 westbound slow moving towards Belleville Road exit. In Cape Town, Viking Way eastbound in Epping is slow moving towards the N7 Jakes Hadville Drive. The N1 outbound is slow moving on Plattekloof Hill, and the M5 southbound slow moving towards the Kromboom Road exit. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Chumi, you're not wearing a Springbok jersey, but you do have the Springboks on your mind, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We start things off with rugby this hour, where Damian Willemse has admitted to having nerves ahead of his Springbok comeback, but is determined to make it count when he runs at Italy on Saturday. The 26-year-old, who hasn't featured in the green and gold since the 2023 Rugby World Cup final, but now is fit, focused and all set to go. Now, Willemse has been given the number 15 jersey for the clash against the Azuri.
Yeah, I'm very happy to obviously be healthy and to be back in the Springbok squad and team. As I said, it's been a difficult year, 2 years with injury, and then obviously with the suspension, it's keeping me out play rugby. But yeah, very happy to get another shot and for the coaches to believe in me and to get my opportunity again to play. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it and I'm excited. I'm a bit nervous, obviously. I haven't played. The last game I played was in the Rugby World Cup final. So yeah, I will have to obviously, get in and hopefully, just do my primary job and, hopefully the rest of the boys, I know they will take care of me and look after.
In cricket, Vian Mulder has been appointed as the captain of the Test side for the second Test match against Zimbabwe. This is after Keshav Maharaj has been ruled out due to a groin strain. Lungi Ngidi will also not join the squad in order to give the seamers who impressed in the first Test another opportunity, while Senuran Mutusami has replaced Maharaj in the squad. Here's head coach Proteas coach Shukri Conrad.
On top of his game at the minute. He's captained in his youth days, South Africa under 19, I think it is. He shows some really good leadership qualities. And I think this is part of his journey, where he's starting to take more responsibility in the side. And we've seen him do a lot of that on the series, the short series thus far. And I think it'll be a great opportunity for Vian to grow into becoming a leader in this group. He's got all the attributes, and I think the more responsibilities I give him, the better Vian reacts, and I think we'll see increased and improved performances as well. So I think he thrives on that responsibility.
Still staying with cricket, India's white ball tour of Bangladesh in August could be rescheduled. This is because it needs clearance from the Indian government. The series, including 3 one-day and 3 T20 matches, is due to start on the 17th of August in Dhaka. Then in football, Bafana Bafana defender Ime Okan has expressed his excitement about joining Bundesliga 2 side Hannover 96, while he was also highly praised by his new side CEO. Ocon was heavily linked with the move to Kaizer Chiefs after his contract with Supersport United had expired. Meanwhile, Hanover CEO Marcus Mann has praised the qualities of Ocon and revealed new head coach Christian Titz already wanted the Bafana defender in January. In the meantime, Stellenbosch FC left back Fawaz Mazzadine is again the subject of transfer interest, with his agent revealing to SABC Sport that 2 African clubs are eager to sign the player this month. Now, the Bafana Bafana International remains contracted to Stellies on a long-term deal, but Basia Michael says that this has not stopped suitors from attempting to lure Bazadine away from the Winelands. And then looking at Wimbledon results, Madison Keys went through to the Wimbledon round 3 for the 9th time after dispatching Olga Danilovic 6-4 and 6-2. And finally, in motorsport, Formula One has a plan to keep the show on the road should the season-ending races in Qatar and Abu Dhabi are affected by the conflict in the Middle East. Now, the Italian, who is the chief executive, Stefano Domenicali, has emphasized that there was no current concern that they might not be held. Qatar is due to host the penultimate round of the championship on the 30th of November, with Abu Dhabi's Yas Marina following on the 7th of December with what has been a title decider in the past. Ashraf, before I leave, talking about the Wimbledon, very interesting. There's an
Connie
interesting...
Gauff lost. I just want to say that.
Who?
Connie Gauff, yeah?
Coco Gauff.
Yeah, Connie Coco, yeah.
Coco is out.
Need to mix my cocoa for my Milo or something like that. Yeah. Anyway.
And talking about Coco, remember she was like the second seed of Wimbledon.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know it's different courts, but I mean, she won. I mean, second seed, and she won the French Open, right?
Yeah,
so,
and now she's out. I was actually also surprised when I saw Alexander Zverev also out. But the interesting thing about this Wimbledon is that so far, a record 22 seeded players have crashed out in that first round. 13 main seed and 9 main seed, and even more shocking, 8 out of the top 10 seeds are out of the competition.
In male and female?
Male and female.
Sure.
So does it mean that perhaps the so-called unfancied players are going to rise this time around?
It just means they must just change their seeding system, that's all. But it's interesting. I mean, underdogs, 'cause it doesn't often happen. And
Yeah.
it's still very early in the week. It's not even like it's, what, day 2?
It's literally day 3
There we are.
today, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
I'll get all those numbers with Makwe Masilela, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. You've got news, local and global markets. Makwe, go for it.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Market participants are pondering the prospect of U.S. interest rate cuts and the scramble for trade deals ahead of Trump's July 9 deadline, that is for tariffs. And Trump threatened Japan with tariffs of up to 35% as he ramped up the tension for a third straight day, that itself fueling fears at a worst-case scenario among market players and raising doubts over Tokyo's tactics when it comes to trade talks. And U.S. Central Bank Chair refused to rule out a July interest rate cut. So a sharp payroll miss tomorrow will give market participants a license to price in easing of rates as soon as this month. And locally, the African Development Bank told us what we know already. That is, we must accelerate structural reforms to offset global challenges, including Trump's trade war. And they then lowered our economic growth forecast from 1.6% to 0.8%. And trade tensions are expected to negatively affect our net exports. Remember, Treasury trimmed our growth forecast to 1.4 from 1.9%. And the dollar, Ashraf, usually loses value when the global economy is in decent shape and the Fed is cutting rates. And both those factors are relevant now. Oil prices are up after Iran suspended cooperation with the United Nations nuclear watchdog, lifting geopolitical tensions in the region. We see oil is up 0.2% at $67 a barrel. Yellow metal held steady after sharp gains in the past 2 sessions, supported by the U.S. fiscal deficit concerns as the Senate passed Trump's tax and spending mega bill, also supported by uncertainty over trade deals. Yellow metal is down 0.1% at 3,335, but platinum is up a whooping 7% at 1,392. Global markets are mixed, with the JSE down 0.6%, but our resources are in the positive, with financial and industrials down over 1%. Rand weakened 0.4% against the dollar, 17.65, 23.97 against the pound, and 20.77 against the euro.
We are lots to mull over there. Thank you for that, Makwe. We'll have another full round of a 1-hour show of the markets with Jimmy Moyaha coming up from 6 to 7 this evening, as he does every weeknight. So look out for that.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, talking about high drama, how's this one here? We're going to chat now to the National Teachers Union General Secretary, Dr. Ngema. In fact, let me bring in Dr. Ngema right away. Dr. Ngema, appreciate your time and connecting to us on the National Pulse.
Well, good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Thank you for having me.
Right, we are talking to you, and I did say drama, because of a significant announcement, or the appointment, that is, of Yali Joyi as the new Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Education in KZN. Right, you have a position on it, you don't like it. Tell me why.
Thank you, Ashraf. Actually, it's the Chief Financial Officer that was announced yesterday by the Minister, the MEC for Education here in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a lady coming who had dark cloud over her. She was suspended last year from COGTA in the same position of the Chief Financial Officer following the allegations of financial misconduct in which she and other 4 officials in the supply chain management were suspended. And before the truth could be revealed around the allegations, early this year, Ms. Joy then resigned from the Department of COGTA, and this time around yesterday she was announced as the new Chief Financial Officer in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in education. Now, what is worrying us here, Ashraf, we really received the news with an extreme sense of shock and dismay that someone who has got, a dark cloud and allegations of misconduct in finances is, given or is rewarded with a high position, now coming from a small what you call a department and now elevated into department with high complexities and high budget to look into. Ashraf, the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal got a lot of challenges, crises actually. So that is what shocked us.
So I think it's understandable about your point that, as you said, someone with adverse financial management records to oversee now as the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. But just to be clear, has she been found? I mean, she was certainly suspended, but was she found guilty?
No, not necessarily. Ashraf, she was not found guilty. As I'm saying that we were still waiting for the initial investigation into her allegations. We are also not passing a judgment ourselves into saying that she was guilty. But we should, the department should have done better in terms of upholding the principle of clean governance, transparency, and accountability into saying that let's get someone with a high credibility in terms of managing finances. So this is a real shock. We would have expected the department to do better in this regard.
Okay, you voiced your displeasure. Beyond that, I suppose you've told them about it. What more can you do? What do you expect?
We expect the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to release the investigation into her allegations, so that she can be cleared. We also want to engage the Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal in this regard, because this has got to do with the governance under his watch. It can't be right that officials that are facing allegations of misconduct are rewarded with such high positions instead of being, condemned. So we want to take this matter up. We really want a decision in terms of her appointment. It must be set aside. It can't be right that the department be, led and have someone overseeing financial management having dark clouds over it.
Has that department, the relevant department, have they commented based upon on your concerns? Have they said anything, maybe even preempting the fact that they may just have complaints considering her own past record?
They have not. The MEC only came out yesterday just to congratulate her and announce her as new CFO. We expect the MEC to come out and clarify these issues. And really, provincial government must uphold ethical principles of governance, Ashraf. That is what we expect from them. And this will help, establish, competence in the public out there to say that the department and actually the entire government in the province is dealing decisively with issues of corruption.
Okay, and this at a time where so much is being spoken about corruption and how, political leadership has been soft on people involved in, or even just suspiciously so, of being involved in corruption, and that alone has been sort of just overlooked. So I appreciate your time, Dr. Ngema, putting it on the agenda. The NATU General Secretary, the National Teachers Union, and let's just get this right, that you've had a situation now where Yali Joy appointed now as the new Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. And to recap, she herself was involved, in fact suspended from the position on allegations of corruption from the position as the CFO at the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Well, that sort of thing we hear much about in South Africa, sadly so. This is the National Pulse. Next up, I hear from you.
The Morning Brief.
Do you know why you were fired?
Well, I can only speculate. I received a letter on Wednesday, and that letter didn't provide any explanation, but thanked me for my service and reiterated the President's legal prerogative to appoint and obviously disappoint in this case. But, one of the reasons may very well be that I traveled to the United States earlier this year. I did request permission from the President. After 10 days, I had not received a response, and I undertook to go obviously at risk.
Andrew Whitfield, DA Member of Parliament and also former Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. Find the podcast at safm.co.za. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
There's a significant development regarding the Morwadi Cholota extradition issue that comes up, and we'll cover that after 5 o'clock, so look out for that. In the meantime, some comments from you. Good afternoon, Ashraf. The Mayibuya consultation is just a marketing strategy to lure people in their direction. They are planning to open a party. They must just face it. Listening to what? Who is politically sober and not aware of our challenges? What they want to hear is nothing new, and they keep using people to fulfill their political agenda. You can hear in their voices that they are power hungry from, well, King bless that on my pulse. Got that, right? Right, I need to pick out some more comments from you because lots of people talking about Mayibuya. Here's one.
Good afternoon. Consultative forum. How different is their strategy from what Musa Maimane started? I think they are on the same path. I think this is how he started his party. I believe I'm right.
I think you are. You know, I mentioned Rise Mzansi when I was talking. I thought maybe I forgot about Action SA as well. But you're right. Even Build One South Africa did that, and then were convinced they must start. And then nothing wrong with their numbers, but listen, you know, the numbers are far less than what they may have expected in that first election. So there's no guarantee. If people say yes, go and start a party, they're going to vote for you, right?
Hi, Ashraf. In terms of our medical services servicing foreigners. Obviously, the situation is very untenable. For obvious reasons, it can't barely serve our own people. But just want South Africans to think about if they are in another country, no matter what country that is in, and they need emergency medical service, surely they would want the hospital to serve them without bothering them for all sorts of paperwork and all that sort of thing, and just get served at least first, and then work out the whole problem later. Yeah.
Okay, you've made your point. Let's see if others concur with you. Here's another.
Hi, Ashraf and your team and lovely South Africans. It's Eddie from Ordinal Stress. You know, these people who go as a delegation to the United States, I think they are undermining this country. And I wonder where is that case that was opened by the Hawks against the AfriForum. One understands that we have challenges in this country that needs to be resolved, you know, but we need to have ways of doing that. Why are you going to the States and talk about things that affect the state activities? You know, I don't get it. And some of these people are now ministers, but they still do the same mistakes. Thank you.
Well, so did the Hawks formally challenge AfriForum? I don't know if that's the case, but I hear what you're saying. Some may say even the president was part of a delegation, but okay, you may argue to say, hold it, he represented the country, so fine, I hear that. Okay, there's more on Mayibuya.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You know, it's very interesting how this Mayibuya consultation scheme goes about doing its business, especially is led by someone of Floyd Shivambu stature. I mean, come on, Floyd Shivambu was the participant. If not, he benefited through his brothers as Gameka, what. He benefited from VBS. And he think nothing of those people that invested their money at VBS. Now today you want to come and say he's doing something, consultation, thinking about the people. He must just shut up. If he does not have anything intelligent to say to the public, he must just go and head kettles or goat at home and leave the thing of politics, because he's fooling people. Bob Cape Town.
Thank you. That's your point. Strong views. Well, look, here's the thought, and I hear that. When I chatted to the chairperson of Mayibuya, I mean, she made the point that, and I'm paraphrasing, but referred to both the EFF as well as the MK party as like, like basically family-run businesses or stokvels, as you would gather. But the common person in both of those parties, no matter how short-lived, as Secretary General, has been Floyd Shivambu. So just think about that, isn't it, when you then decide what he needs to be doing next.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Chris in Camberton. Starting with lies. It's not true. Firstly, Rising Mzansi did an extensive community consultation. And I remember very well, I think most parties, this is where the first step of forming a political party. To also deny that you want to form a political, when we know very well that's the end goal, it's starting very badly, even though I think they are going to lose public trust before they're even born. This is just going to be a stillborn.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, because they say there's no party at the moment, you can't even ask them where do they fit in, what's their percentages of the next election. We don't know. But yes, to be honest with you, as an individual, if they then don't start a party, I would be surprised. Like, what would be the whole purpose of this? Surely there's a WhatsApp group you can go and canvass the opinion of like 20 community leaders in 20 communities and get an opinion about whether you should start or not. But you should know that anyway, right? Okay, let's get to some of your calls. And the earlier conversations we had on Farmer Text, please listen. We've got all the podcasts up already. They've been tweeted and they're also on the SAFM website, right? So, Freedom, let's get your thoughts. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf. I'm here in East London. You see, the way the crime is happening here, unfortunately, we don't have police. I don't know, it looks like the province has been penalized because we have voted for the ANC, because that is a majority that we have, unfortunately. But the crime from the taxis, from the police, from the ANC, is very unbelievable. We need to do something just to let one thing happen. Let's say, for example, when you phone 10111, no matter where you are, even after you have maybe passed away or because of rape, so that you can collect just the numbers, so that you can know how many people in Eastern Cape, especially in East London, that have been killed by the taxi owners. You see, because we have guys like Pragips, guys like Bishops, Queen Anna, those, they're very infamous people who are the chairperson of the Eastern Cape Business Forums. But the way they are doing, they have security guards with heavy duty, whereby they attack every person who has a car and claim each and every street as their route, which is unbelievable. I don't know why this chaos or whatever that we can call it. It's like it's a war. I think that Iran is much better compared to what we are here.
Wow.
And then we say that we want the investors. For me, you will say that, and so I feel very thankful for Trump to stand up and say that and hold back the money that you have given these corrupt people. And then, unfortunately, in some of the business like Mercedes-Benz, they say they're tired of crime. They need just to go. I don't know this Alcoa, what the businesses. We don't get it. The society, the people. They are hungry.
I hear you. I'm not sure where the Mercedes are backing up completely, just so that you know. But I think overall your concern reflects the level of frustration that so many people in this country face. So you, in fact, speak on behalf of many, many people. And I completely hear you. And interesting, you said even maybe Iraq is safer. Interesting. And your name is Freedom. And you're obviously trying to ensure that you have freedom and freedom against oppression, and we're not getting that at this point in time. So thank you for that call, but I'm really sorry to hear what you say. But the truth is, by and large, your views reflect the national pulse. They do. Vincent in Centurion, go for it. Hello, Vincent.
Hi, Ashraf. Ashraf, I think the previous speaker has just told on the same line. I'm saying South Africa needs to identify things and fix certain things. For the last 30 years, we were trying to do what we do as police, but our crime statistic is bad. And now, one of the suggestions that I think would work well, if you look in the Western Cape, there's a good demographic mix of police officers in terms of race. You look at KwaZulu-Natal, also it's got similarities, but then those sides, they showing good signs of better protection than we are showing here central. It's a bit of controversial, but let's mix the race better in the central area so that there's no configuration between individuals to configure it. Because if I know I should be going to be a police officer now, I know I'm going to collect Jojo and make sure I make money in that uniform. That's all I do. So issues that gets to be of significance to protect the nation gets continued frustrating everybody. I think it's time, let's hire extra races in the middle year so that we've got mixture of race and that we might have a better policing system. Even if we go on and employ 2 million more black only, it's going to just be a problem because we're not mixing it properly.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting point you bring up, Vincent, in Centurion. By the way, and this is away from issues like affirmative action and things like that, right? But there is a sense from many people that when there's a lack of diversity in institutions, right, you find that too many people start thinking the same way. So diversity of people and plays out in terms of diversity of ideas and thoughts, in fact, adds so much value to an institute. And that's something I've always spoken about as a country, to say the overall diversity is a good thing. I'm not discussing at all that have someone illegally in the country. I'm talking about diversity as an asset to a country. In fact, the Americans, by and large, are diverse, and it plays out for them, isn't it? Incognito in Durban, go for it.
Yo, my king. Another 30 seconds. Look, man, it's good that you started about this diversity, but I want to talk about the healthcare versus the illegal immigrants. Why don't we just deport them, right? Not the refugees, not the asylum seekers, but the illegal ones. I've got a proposal, Ashraf. Why don't you and your studio and your team make like a show whereby you invite the SAPS, Home Affairs, the Border Management Authorities, Human Rights Commission, and then let them talk it out. Because if you're going to say that you're going to call them the Home Affairs, they're going to say that no, it's not our jurisdiction. Just as much as the guy was doing the crime stats. He said that in one area they can't help because they're going to tell you that it's not their jurisdiction. So why don't you call all of the relevant bodies into one show, drill them, let them bounce around ideas so that they do not shift blame. Because you're going to interview one person and they're going to say whatever they want. And in another day, you're going to call in another one, and he's going to say another thing. They keep shifting blame. Put them all in one show so that whoever's doing wrong can be held accountable right there and then.
All right.
Thank you.
Incognito, you've made your point. And again, I hear the frustration. You see, your views reflect so much of what people in the country think now. The practicalities of one show, I don't know. I have to discuss it with my production team, Keys and Temba. But, there could be a case of maybe doing a theme for 7 days in a row where we have at a certain time and we look at everyone discussing the same issue. I don't know. But I do agree we can't ignore it, and it should not be ignored. That I agree. Let's get the news. Here's Greg Hoos.
Thank you. Ashraf. Interviews for Deputy Chief Justice in China reacts to the Dalai Lama's announcement. Good day to you. Gauteng High Court Judge President Dunstan Mlambo says his age could be used as an advantage to Chief Justice Mandisa Meyer. This comes as interviews for the role of Deputy Chief Justice are underway in Sandton, north of Johannesburg. Mlambo is one of 3 candidates being interviewed. He's currently 65 years old, meaning that if appointed, he would have to retire midway through the Chief Justice's term. Having been questioned on the matter, Mlambo admits that the timing isn't ideal, but says it could open the door for grooming the next Deputy Chief Justice before the Chief Justice herself steps down.
From a career development point of view, and this is me sort of advancing my case, it would serve the CJ quite well to have a candidate who would leave before her and bring in someone else as DCJ who can take over from her when she goes. I think it's a way of looking at it.
The Minister of Human Settlements, Temi Simelane, has left it to the National Assembly to decide about her budget. This follows an announcement by the DA that it will not support her budget, alleging she's compromised. Simelane briefed the media ahead of the tabling of her budget vote, saying she's not tabling it to the DA or for the Simelane family, but for the nation.
I'm not presenting a budget for Simelane family, no. I'm presenting a budget which is supposed to serve the people of South Africa. So I'm not sure if it is a wise thing to personalize a budget. It can never be personal. And I'm not presenting it to the Democratic Alliance. I'm presenting it to the National Assembly this afternoon. The National Assembly will take a decision.
The DA's raised concern that it cannot trust Minister Simelane to properly manage the budget she presented. The party says her involvement in a series of corruption scandals makes it difficult to trust that she will ensure the money gets to South Africans. The DA's Leolam Mpete.
Police investigations that have now been confirmed by the South African Police Service of her involvement in the Vitrovian scandal, where 700,000 rand was taken from Eskom in an irregular, illegal way from the company that she was involved in, that this cannot be a minister who can preside over a very important department like that of the human settlements. And it is because of this that we find it extremely difficult as the DA to support this particular budget vote.
The city of Ekurhuleni says the safety and well-being of its employees remains the highest priority. This follows the murder of the municipality's head of forensic audits, who was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in Kempton Park, east of Johannesburg. It's believed he was shot by unknown suspects. The motive for the shooting is unknown at this stage, and police investigations are underway. The city's Phakamile Mbengashe.
The safety of our employees remains our highest priority, and support is being offered to affected staff. On behalf of the city, we send our deepest condolences to the Mafole family, friends and colleagues. We ask that the family's privacy be respected at this time.
China's pushed back on an announcement from the Tibetan spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, over who will identify his successor after his death. The Dalai Lama, who turns 90 on Sunday, says only the trust which he founded has the authority to recognize his future reincarnation. The BBC's Samira Hussain has more.
The Dalai Lama made it very clear that it is only the Dalai Lama's foundation that can make the choice for a new spiritual leader, really rejecting any claims that China may have. And that was then followed up by his council, who then said that they actually strongly condemn any idea or any notion that the People's Republic of China could unilaterally appoint any future Dalai Lama for its own political gain.
Top story: the Gauteng High Court Judge President says his age could be used as an advantage to the Chief Justice. This comes as interviews are underway for the role of Deputy Chief Justice. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Hus.
In the world of sports this hour, in the business of sports today, we talk all things Bloemfontein Celtic and the possibility of the club returning to the Betway Premiership. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in four ways queuing towards Winnie Mandela Drive, the N12 R24 westbound in Bedford View queuing on both routes towards Gillilees Interchange, and the N3 southbound in Alexandra queuing towards London Road. In KZN, the N2 southbound has a crash after Umgeni Road, the M7 westbound slow moving towards Belleville Road exit, and Umgeni Road westbound slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, the M5 northbound queuing towards the N1 Koeberg interchange, the N1 Service Road outbound is slow moving towards the N7 highway, and Jan van Riebeeck Drive southbound in Parow queuing towards Fancy van Zyl Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Africa's most decorated women's national team, the Super Falcons, are searching for maximum points in their Group E opening match, while Eagles of Carthage want to emphasize that North Africa is their territory. This is the Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024. Witness Nigeria up against Tunisia this Sunday, 6 July at 6 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus, SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4 and S3. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The National Arts Festival is back. South Africa's biggest celebration of the arts is on. From the 26th of June to the 6th of July, Makhanda becomes the stage for South Africa's boldest theatre, dance, music, arts, comedy, and more. Experience the creative energy, markets, exhibitions, and many surprises. It's where the country comes to create and the world takes notice. Browse the program and book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. Own it, celebrate it, be there. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know, let me remind you, if you missed the conversation with Dr. Ngema regarding their challenge, the National Teachers Union challenge around the appointment of Yali Joy as the new Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Education in KZN, well, that's available as a podcast. If you missed the conversation from the South African Human Rights Commission regarding their position about the treatment in hospitals of all people in South Africa, foreign nationals, all local, documented or not, that's up as a podcast as well. As the same with Zenat Adam on the potential ceasefire, certainly the ceasefire deal that's been put on the table from Donald Trump between Israel and Gaza, and more. Earlier on, that issue of underrepresentation in terms of the numbers of farm attacks and all sorts of crime. All that and a whole lot more is available. Of course, I must tell you, that conversation as well with Mabato Mokwase, the Mayibuye National Chairperson, also up as a podcast. So all of that available. Listen to it, download it, share it with your chummies as well. It'll be great if you do so. And talking about that, we'll get a response from Denosa shortly in terms of what they feel about the Human Rights Commission's position about the treatment of patients, South African nationals or not, coming up shortly. But here's an important issue. The National Prosecuting Authority has filed a petition with the Supreme Court of Appeal challenging a court ruling that deemed Morwadi Cholota's extradition unlawful. Now, the organization believes that there are compelling reasons for the SCA to hear its appeal. They are of the view that the Free State High Court judge erred in dismissing their application for leave to appeal. So what we'll do, we're going to get two takes on this issue. We'll chat later on to Advocate Mtunzi Maga. But first up, let's get a legal practitioner's thoughts on this. With me is Impumelelo Zikalala. Good to connect with you on the National Pulse, Impumelelo. Thanks for joining us.
So good afternoon to your listeners.
Right. Just does this surprise you, the NPA going on appeal, taking the issue to appeal to the Supreme Court?
No, not at all. If you've heard what the media statement was after the ruling was issued, it was very clear that they're going to study the judgment and then take the matter further. Then the following step that they engaged in terms of asking for further reasons from the judge was more than enough reason to say they are preparing for a case. They just want to make sure that they've got all their ducks in a row. So it doesn't surprise me if they want to petition the SCA so that they do reach some sort of finality when it comes to this matter.
Just give us some context in terms of what happened and why would it be deemed that there may be a different ruling on this issue?
Well, it all depends on the procedure that needs to be followed in terms of what is it that you need to do from the side of the NPA or the South African government when you need to extradite someone from another country to here. The difference in opinion is it done by the NPA or is it done by the Member of Parliament or a person who is within the minister according to the Extradition Act? The second part is what type of information do you then provide to the authorities in which you are seeking that person from? Are you able to disclose, make sure that everything is accurate to the T? Or if you haven't disclosed everything and you've put in certain things which are not there, is the court that is going to deal with that person within the South African government going to deal with the fruits of a poisonous tree, or do they have total jurisdiction in order to deal with the matter here? To add to that, remember that the Criminal Procedure Act places as one of the pleas, one of the responses in which a person can respond by simply saying, you do not have jurisdiction to deal with me because the manner in which you've extradited me from that country is unlawful, or you haven't followed all the proper procedure that needs to be there. So the minute there's non-compliance with the Extradition Act, the minute there's non-compliance with the preservation of the protection of the constitutional right of the accused individuals, it means that even though they may be guilty in whatever thing that they've done, because it did not follow procedure, their matter cannot be heard, the South African courts do not have jurisdiction, and if they have already pleaded that Ms. Cholota has done, then you are forced to then render a verdict of not guilty, which is what the Free State High Court did on the previous occasion.
And of course, they believe that the High Court judge then made an error. I mean, that's the basis of their appeal, right?
Yes, and if you hear what they say maybe on the media, their most important point being, who is it that should make that extradition? Does the NPA have absolute jurisdiction to do that, or is it only an exclusive right or prerogative of the minister? And if that's the case, was the proper procedure followed in terms of what was included in the U.S. extradition? And if the court could come to that conclusion, that means that the extradition was done in a proper manner, and the dismissing or the declaration of the extradition process being unlawful will then render the not guilty plea being set aside, and then the ruling, or that what they would seek is to say, go back to the Free State High Court and then face those prosecution as they stand.
I mean, in the broader issue, and I'm looking from an audience perspective, what's really at stake here?
I think it's the reputation more than anything else. It's the reputation of saying we've got a matter which hinges on the information that is held by the person who was the secretary. So basically, they were the bridge between the two. They hold very important information in terms of what was communicated, who met who, what, and when. Maybe they have even extra information as to the context of the meetings that were there. You also have a situation where the NPA spent a lot of money in terms of the extradition process, extraditing Ms. Cholota from the U.S. And if at the end of the day she gets out on a technicality due to non-compliance, then the eyes are going to be on the NPA in terms of saying, can you really be able to deal with this matter in a proper manner? Or must we go back and for a lack of a better word, teach you or maybe change the manner in which you render your services so that at the end of the day you get those convictions which are important.
So just in terms of timelines then, what happens next?
Well, it's up to the SCA to say, are we going to hear you or are we going to maybe deal with the matter on paper? And then after that process has been done, then the NPA will make a decision. The SCA will make a decision on whether they are agreeing with what the Free State judge has said, or maybe they say, let's set it aside and put in a new ruling which is there. But before they do that, they do it the prospect of success. Then the question is, on the basis of facts, is there any dispute of facts that is there that will need our eyes? On the question of law, is there anything that you need to do or to deal with? Or is it a matter in which the law has been stated a number of times and we are done and dusted on it? There's no need to go back, and then they will take it from there. But there is a constitutional court case, and instead to be corrected, either it is pending or it has been heard or judgment is awaiting on that one, which speaks directly as to the merits and the procedure that needs to be followed. So maybe the NPA is banking on the system of saying, or the stance of saying, since that case has not been done and dusted, whatever which is the status quo must remain, and up until that case has been confirmed, only then you can come back and say that we've done something wrong.
Okay, lots to reflect or to consider on there. Appreciate your time, Impumelelo Zikalala, the legal practitioner, reflecting on the news that the NPA has now filed a petition with the Supreme Court of Appeal challenging the court ruling that deemed Morwari Cholota's extradition unlawful. We'll get an NPA perspective shortly as well. Much appreciate your time, Impumelelo. But of course, we'd like to hear from you as well. And, first-time caller, regular caller, wherever you may be in the country. You could be in the Northwest Province. You could actually be sitting in KZN or in Gauteng, in the city of Joburg, Pretoria maybe, Soweto or Port Shepstone. Wherever you are, I certainly want to hear from you because you reflect the national pulse.
Africa's most decorated women's national team, the Super Falcons, are searching for maximum points in their Group E opening match, while Eagles of Carthage want to emphasize that North Africa is their territory. This is the Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024. Witness Nigeria up against Tunisia this Sunday, 6 July at 6 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus, SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4 and S3. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Got a Standard Bank business account and self-service banking? You could win up to 5,000 Rand cash every day this week in the Standard Bank self-service quiz. SMS Standard Bank self-service to 45787 for a chance to be selected. Answer 2 easy questions about Standard Bank's self-service banking to be a winner. Tune in every day this week on the Midday Link-Up to see if it's you. Standard Bank. It can be. Standard Bank is an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Okay, I'm going to hear from you shortly. In fact, I'll hear from the NPA shortly as well. But to get us there, let's talk about the issue of the Human Rights Commission and a conversation I had with them earlier on, where they made the point that they're concerned that there have been cases of people in South Africa, foreign nationals, who've been turned away from treatment at hospitals. And they believe that, according to them, constitutionally, that is offside. That cannot be. So there's another take on this one. Of course, that's when we chatted to Sandra Mokasha, who's a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission, right? So let's get another take on this. The Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa, DENOSA, they have a view on this. Let's find out from them. DENOSA's president is Simon Hlongwane. Simon, you're live on the National Pulse. Good day.
Good day, Ashraf, and thank you for having us. Let me also greet your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, I take it you know exactly what the Human Rights Commission's position on this is. What is yours?
Well, I must indicate that I haven't heard when the commissioner was being interviewed. However, what we have done is to read the statement that they've released. But essentially, the statement just meant or confirms what the Constitution says of the country, but also what the World Health Organization guarantees as the universal right to everybody, including what will be the treaty that the United Nations has adopted many years ago. So essentially, we don't think there's anything untoward or from what the Human Rights Commission is saying, but essentially just to confirm that in legalistic terms, that's what it is. I can give you an example of what happened in Johannesburg at is it Mill Park, where a police officer or Metro Police officer was shot, and upon arrival, apparently he was delayed or refused treatment just because the municipality had not paid. That was violation of the universal right. It was a violation of the human right and the right to life, according to our constitution, as well as according to the treaties that have been signed by the World Health Organization. So everybody should not be refused, and no one should be refused emergency medical care or any medical care as long as they are within any facilities in our country.
So in that case, you concur with the South African Human Rights Commission's position, which they say is aligned to the Constitution and, as you mentioned, the WHO and other human rights bodies globally, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Those are our legal prescripts that guides what must happen within our country or within our borders.
Okay. What about then the fact that there are cases, and that's the claim from the Human Rights Commission, that there are healthcare facilities that are turning people away? What do you feel about that?
Well, I just made an example of Mill Park, which is a private hospital that was refusing treatment to somebody. So that says there is anecdotal evidence of what happened. So I think the Human Rights Commission is trying to cement that, please, do not do that, because that will be in violation. And should you be taken to a constitutional court or anybody takes you to task for challenging whatever the action that may be. So we can only encourage that everybody within the system must always remember that. I know that all health professionals, you can say nurses and doctors, they are also binded by their Hippocratic oath, where you cannot refuse anybody. You cannot refuse to take care of anybody. So normally it happens at a clerical, if not a security level, where people get difficulties to enter the facility. It's not that the health professionals are refusing, but those people are not even given the access to even open a file and so on. But it is to educate, it is to inform all facilities that please do not do that, because that will be in violation of what is the legal prescript within our borders.
Okay, but that's interesting. What you're saying is, in that case, the healthcare practitioner may not even know about it, but the front line, which is reception at clinics, would be aware of it, and they are turning people away. But do you have any idea how widespread that is? I mean, you're given the Mill Park example, but how widespread is it? I mean, how often does this happen?
No, not that I know of how wide it is, but I suppose the Human Rights Commission would have interacted with complaints that they have come to them, so they would have probably anecdotal evidence or research information that they would have surveyed in a sampling way, or they would have compiled statistics that informs them. And then that's what warranted their reaction. We do not have, from our member side of view, any members that would have reported and say this is what's happening to these particular facilities. And at all costs, we'll just educate our members that no, in terms of, for example, anybody coming into the institution, no matter what the circumstances is, even if you have to refer or you have to do anything, you can't outrightly, as a health professional, turn back a person away, whether to say come back tomorrow before you assess the person, because you need to establish whether there's an emergency that you must attend to, including stabilizing that person before you can even say you are referring or turning back to say come back tomorrow.
Okay.
So that's what we cement, as we say. However, we don't have necessarily any statistics to say this is a widespread problem or how is it. But we encourage everybody to access healthcare without difficulty.
Okay,
Because that's what universal healthcare is.
And the key word here would be for emergencies, right? So, for example, if a person who, let's say, may not be not have medical cover, South African or not, goes to a private clinic where you're required to either pay or be on medical cover, and it's not an emergency, that person can be turned away, right? To say, because it's not an emergency, yeah?
No. Nobody can be turned away, because if I walk in a hospital and I am just feeling a chest pain, in the face value, it looks like a person is not an emergency. But in a case of a heart attack, that is an emergency. So you can't determine emergency. Some of them, it may not be trauma, but emergency can only be viewed and categorized by a health professional after assessing, which means you can't turn anybody. Okay. Unless you have established the fact and the health condition of the patient, whether the person is a category, what category. We've got P1, say priority 1 up to priority 4. Okay. So we can tell you can't tell anybody until you have assessed the person to know exactly what must happen in that regard. So in fact, you refer for further management or even for review. That's what you do. You can't tell anybody. It's not allowed within
I think
law.
That's well explained. Now let me bring you the other part, which is we know what the Constitution says. We certainly know what the model position globally is. Now we get the reality of hundreds of people on shows like the National Pulse who will call in and say, you know what, we know the law, but we are in positions where the facilities cannot cope with just even South African nationals. They can't get the type of treatment they require at hospitals. So we are being compromised by them allowing others in no matter what. How do you respond to that?
Well, the reality and the difficulty we have in South Africa is that it is a fact, it's not xenophobia. We have our porous borders. We have many people who are unregistered and undocumented. So those people, when you plan healthcare delivery in a particular environment, you do not factor them when you look at the budgeting. So that's why you find a long queues, because you find that the healthcare professionals that are employed in that are not commensurate to the demand of the area. So it is overwhelming, and sometimes it is communities who get fed up, and when they get there, they just don't want, as a community, they don't want foreign nationals who are undocumented or documented. So we need sort of like a paradigm shift, firstly from the budgeting point of view, but secondly from controlling these borders, so you don't have people who just become migrants to receive healthcare. It is common in the border areas. You can go to Musina. People who walk from Zimbabwe across the border just to receive healthcare and they go back home. So there's a lot of flooding. It creates frustration. It creates a real burden of healthcare demand for health professionals. It frustrates the health professionals. It also frustrates communities and other patients who are South Africans, because they feel as if this is created by these foreign nationals. So it is more of a national crisis that must be addressed by the current government, because if it is not addressed, it's just going to be worse and worse. It will create these animosities between our citizens as well as against foreign nationals. So it needs more of a national paradigm shift and a dialogue that will need to put some control measures and parameters that will be able to assist the system.
Yeah, I think it's an important point. I mean, going back to the management of our borders, it's not something we can willy-nilly just whisk away and say like, it's just one of those things. I mean, that is the root of the problem. Well, I appreciate you giving off your time. The president of DENOSA, Simon Hlongwane, much appreciate that. And I'm sure we're going to get further comments when we open the lines, or take your WhatsApp comments or your tweets using that hashtag, the National Pulse, in a moment.
Ashraf?
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's get to hear some of your comments. And interesting, lots of comment about Maibuye, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and your guest there from Maibuye. I listen your guest, their campaigning man, because of every time when he talk, he tell us about EFF and MK. You are not interested. You are not the members of MK. So I'm waiting for them. They must come to Matosana. I want to ask them why they don't form a choir, or why they don't come to join ANC. KPC, Matosana.
Well, I hear you. I'll tell you what. Here's a question to you. Whether they form the party now or not, I mean, listen, that's got to be on the agenda. They've even said so, right? That it's under consideration. The question is, would you vote for a party like that? Would you vote for Floyd Shivambu's party, whatever it may be called? I mean, it's Maibuye now, it's a consultative process, but would you actually vote for that party? What do you see in a person who's been the Secretary General of two different parties in a short period of time? So would that be enough for you? Here's another.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Mqede here in Mqala. Mr. Gada, pertaining this consultation done by this Maibuye group, in our area, we won't stress even if they don't come here. Because what has just been said by Mr. Floyd Shivambu, that he has learned a good and a lot from Mr. Jay-Z, and we know what kind of a person Mr. Jay-Z is made of. Then we say, thanks but not thanks, even if they did not come here. I don't think we are prepared to follow them. Thanks, Ashraf Mqede.
Okay, Mqede, do you speak for yourself or for your own constituency? That's what I want to know. Let's see if I can get another quick comment in on the issue of diversity.
Good afternoon, Ashraf Nico from APSA. Actually, I support the policeman who just said we need diversity. Indeed, we do. And let us put it in this way. Bring white police in the townships and see if crime won't go down. I promise you it will go down. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, there we are. There's a challenge to all of us, and I expect you to respond. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg Host.
Quick look at the headlines. The Higher Education and Training Ministers responded to criticism about the truthfulness of her statements around the independent panel that assisted her to appoint chairpersons to serve on the boards of sector education and training authorities. Gauteng High Court Judge President says his age could be used as an advantage to the Chief Justice. This comes as interviews are underway for the role of Deputy CJ. And entertainment mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been found guilty on 205 counts by a New York jury, but has been acquitted on the most serious counts. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 northbound in Melrose, slow moving towards Colette Drive. The N12 eastbound in Germiston has a stationary vehicle before Croft Road exit. The N3 southbound in Bedfordview has a crash before Van Buren Road. All lanes are open. And Allendale Road eastbound in Klerkop has delays towards Keenoch Road. In KZN, the M7 St. John's Avenue queuing through central Pinetown. The N2 northbound is queuing towards Zabaya Drive. The N3 westbound has heavy traffic towards Cliffdale, and the M7 westbound queuing towards Belleville Road exit. In Cape Town, the N7 northbound in Dunoon is slow moving towards Malibongwe Drive off-ramp. The N2 outbound is slow moving towards Bunga Avenue. Baden-Powell Drive eastbound slow moving towards Strandfontein Road, and Stellenbosch Arterial Road eastbound in Kells River queuing towards Noemsfontein Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
The Business of Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
Right, to me, as always, you talk sport, but on a day like today, you often touch on the business side of it, right?
Yeah, we're talking all things business of sport. So there have been reports that Bloemfontein Celtics could be back in the Premiership next season. The status of SuperSport have reportedly been bought for around 50 million rand. And at first, it was said that the club is going to operate as Celtic United, but now it seems like it's going to be Siwelele Football Club. Just to unpack everything, we have our sports finance guru on the line, Cash and Sport founder, Nqobile Ndlovu. Nqobile, a very good afternoon to you. Let's start off with these reports. How true are they?
Jimmy, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the listeners. Yeah, it is true that SuperSport is gone. It's been a while coming. They have sold their status, and it is true that a team from Bloemfontein will be participating in the league next season, which is Siwelele Football Club.
I mean, talking about that Siwelele Football Club name, there's been a lot of reports around that name specifically, and for me, I'm just like, but why don't they just stay with Bloemfontein Celtics?
The problem is that there is already three separate entities with claim to a Celtics name.
Sure.
The original Bloemfontein Celtics FC name was bought earlier this year, and it was bought by a businessman called Eddie, who is involved in some very red flaggy tenders, some very dubious tenders. Then there's Celtic United, which is also a registered entity, but to my knowledge, is not affiliated, even though it was mentioned. And then there's now Siwelele FC, which is another company that was only formed in February this year, which is now said to be the ones who are going to buy, the status of SuperSport United and participate in the league. But the problem is that because Eddie has already bought the naming rights of Bloemfontein Celtic, the new owners, whoever owns Celtics, Siwelele United or Siwelele Football Club, can't use Bloemfontein Celtics legally because it's owned by somebody else as a name.
I see. So in terms of the club SuperSport, or the status of SuperSport being bought for 50 million rand, is that correct? Or do we just trying to figure out how much it was sold for?
No, my understanding is that it is correct. SuperSport, they may deny it, but it was up for sale already last year, and there were rumors already back in 2023 that they were up for sale. So they've been up for sale for quite some time. But it is correct that the 50 million figure, my understanding is that it's correct.
I also heard that there's rumors that Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie is somehow involved. How involved is he?
They are, well, from my understanding or from my sources, he's not directly involved in terms of being a director of any of the companies, but the people who are running the club are linked to him. One rumored to be familial, as in a family tie, and then another who is a business associate. But yes, my understanding is that there is a link, but it's yet to be 100% confirmed at the moment, but there is a link.
Then I guess the big question is, what does this mean for fans? Does it mean that the club is going to go to Bloemfontein? Should fans be worried about all of these things happening?
My understanding and my sources tell me that SuperSport United and the management of SuperSport United will move with this team to Bloemfontein. So whoever it is in Pretoria that has supported SuperSport United, unfortunately your team is now gone. Their aim is to take the structures of SuperSport and everything associated with it and move it to Bloemfontein, but carry on the management team and the contracts of the players associated and move them also to Bloemfontein. Does that happen naturally and easily? No, it doesn't, because some players may choose not to go that route. It will be a little bit of a challenge in terms of how they pull it off. And there's not a lot of time. The league starts in barely 5 weeks.
Just before I let you go, when you buy a status of the club, obviously you also buy everything that is with regards to the club, the players and all. How do you then work around? Do you know how it works in terms of trying to get your kind of players on board and the ones that you feel like, no, I don't want in the club anymore? Is it an easy process to follow?
It's not an easy process to follow, but I think we should remember that in this instance, SuperSport United isn't being bought as a status. We're not swapping one team for another. SuperSport United is being bought outright by a new entity which is being formed. So essentially, Siwelele United is a new team that has just bought SuperSport outright and the name, and they're renaming it Siwelele FC. But it is not a simple process when you buy a team with all of its debts, all of its players, and you now want to bring in other players. You're going to have to bring in other players. You might have to negotiate with the existing players to let them leave if you don't want them to continue with the team. It becomes a really costly exercise because, exactly as you said, you inherit all of the financial stress and the contracts of the players and staff associated with it as well.
Well, Nqobile, thank you very much for giving us light with regards to this story. We'll definitely keep our listeners up to date with what is happening over there. But as things stand, it seems like now this club that is going to be playing in the Betway Premiership is going to be called Siwelele Football Club. Nothing has been confirmed as yet in terms of SuperSport sending out a statement to say, listen, we're not a club anymore. And this Siwelele Football Club hasn't said anything neither. So as things stand, we are hearing reports and it's an unfolding story.
But the reports suggest that it's like it's a done deal type of, you get rumors and you get good rumors, right?
Yeah.
But the more important one is something I've said about earlier on. Maybe within the PSL, they can be allowed to sell, and maybe that is consistent with the constitution of the country, because it's a trade deal. But what it does for football legacy in the country is a disaster.
It's absolutely crazy.
So you can now go beyond the first 4 or 5 teams, and every other team is unrecognizable in terms of its history. It's got no history, which is not the same as having, a club owner having a desire to want to buy a club. I understand that, right? I mean, if I had the money, maybe I'd buy a club. But they're buying franchises at the top. So clubs are changing hands at the very top PSL tier, not lower down, which means there is just no heritage, no legacy. And you damage that, you damage the entire asset of the league itself.
Absolutely. Well, that's it from my side. That was Nqobile Ndlovu, who is the founder of Cash and Sport. You can find him on all social media platforms with Cash and Sport. But I'll be back between 7 and 8 on Top Sport, where we're talking all things school sports.
The Teranga Lionesses know the importance of a win in their WAFCON opener. However, the Congolese also have their undivided attention on 3 points. This is the Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024. Do not miss out on Senegal versus Democratic Republic of Congo this Sunday, 6 July at 3:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport DTT Channel 4. Then at 4 p.m. on S3 and SABC radio stations. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Morning Brief.
Why, in your view, do we continue to see incidents of alleged and actual racism in schools?
I think most children, if we're talking about the racism from children, and let's remember it's not only from the children or the learners, reflects what they are hearing at home. Children don't just do what their parents say. So if their parents say, don't do this, don't use those words, don't say that. But if they actually hear their parents and see their parents behaving in a racist way, then that's the way that they are going to behave themselves.
That's Teresa Oakley-Smith, who is founder and CEO of the transformation and consultancy firm Diversity.
Thulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. Find the podcast at safm.co.za.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy, of course, Jimmy Muyar hosts the SAFM Market Update to set the scene. Jimmy, which comes up from 6 to 7, of course. You want to talk about this is a big story, the National Lottery Operator License Award. And we know it's a big deal story. It's a big political hot potato, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. It certainly is. It has been in the media all week. It has been in the media, in fact, pretty much since it's been announced. And there's been a lot of speculation around the awarding process and what's been going on there. And one of the partners in the consortium that has been awarded this in the form of Gold Rush is a listed entity on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which affords us certain privileges in that listed entities have compliance obligations and their reporting obligations. But it also means that we can get in touch with company CEOs and chief financial officers such as Jan van Niekerk of Gold Rush to get a sense of what is going on with this particular lottery license award. There's a lot of questions around conflicts of interest and things of that nature. We're going to speak to the team at Gold Rush and get a sense of where things stand from that perspective. We know there's pending legal action on that side as well. So there's lots to unpack around that one story. But alongside that story, we're going to be taking a look at the interesting development from the Sun International team. If you remember, a couple of months ago, I broke the news that Sun International intended to put in an offer for the Piermont Group, which is, of course, the owners of Emperor's Palace. And the deal has since not gone ahead, in that Sun International has pulled out of that deal. It looks as though they're not going to be moving forward with that. We're going to speak to Sun International around that and get a sense of why they've pulled that deal. Of course, we were still waiting on Competition Commission approval that we never really got to, now that we know where we stand on that deal. So it's going to be interesting to see what's happening there. Then we've got a conversation with independent energy analyst Chris Yelland around the Eskom conversation. It seems that one of Eskom's biggest clients, who accounts for about 5.6% of Eskom sales, has been benefiting from a very interesting discount on the rates at which they are charged as part of an interesting agreement that has been put in place for that particular company. So we're going to dig into that and see what that means, because we know, of course, every year Eskom goes to NERSA and asks for tariff increases that you and I bear as citizens, but it seems there's one company in particular that's gotten up to a 50% discount on the electricity that they've been paying, or at least the rates that they've been incurring there. So that's going to be interesting to look at. Then we've got a conversation with the team at Allan Gray around the enduring trends we've been seeing in global markets and how they affect long-term growth. And then we're going to wrap up the show with an executive lounge conversation with one of the leading executives in South Africa. This time it's the Proudly SA CEO. We're going to get to know him a little bit better and get a sense of what he does when he's not running Proudly South Africa. But before we get to all of that, the markets have had an interesting day on the resource side of things, with resource counters coming back to the party. Platinum pricing moving quite positively at the moment, around $1,425 a fine ounce. Palladium $1,164, and if we look at the gold price, $3,340 a fine ounce at the moment. Brent crude $67.42 a barrel. It seems that the tensions in the Middle East aren't dying down just yet. We've seen reports from Iran that they are potentially looking to walk away from the United Nations anti-nuclear agreement that they'd had in place there. So that could be some interesting developments on the oil front if that does go ahead. We'll keep an eye on that, and of course we'll bring the news from that perspective. But we're looking at other movements throughout the day. The Rand 17.62 against the US dollar, 23.98 against the British pound, below 24 Rand there, 20 Rand 76 against the euro, and 11.57 against the Australian dollar. One Bitcoin, $108,000 a Bitcoin, or 1.91 million Rand. Still below the 2 million Rand mark, but that's because of the stronger Rand at this stage. Speaking of local markets, the All share down 0.33%, the top 40 down almost 0.33%, resources up 1.8%, but industrials down 0.94% and financials down 0.88%. So not such a good day on some of our local counters, but resources really trying to buck the trend and keep up with things there. So that's what we're going to be looking at a little later on when I have David Shapiro of Sasfin Wealth on markets. Going to get his sense on what's been happening globally. But that, of course, that's a conversation for just after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Thanks for that, Jimmy Yao. 6 to 7 with the SFM market update, followed by Tumi's Top Sport from 7 to 8. Listen out for that. Right, we'll get some of your comments as well, but as we also said, we want to get the comment from the NPA regarding that issue of Morwali Cholota. So we'll do that right after this.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
The Algerians get it that a win is a good start to settle in a tournament. While the Southern African outfit, Botswana, is prepared to play their hearts out to open the WAFCON Group B curtain with maximum points. This is the Total Energies Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2024. Catch the hot encounter between Algeria and Botswana, the Sunday 6 July at 8:30 p.m. Streaming live on SABC Plus, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and S3. Where Africa competes, South Africa connects. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Night Talk with Oliver Dixon.
When leaders need to account, we call on them. When society needs to debate, reflect, and advance, we're here to have the conversation. Join me, Oliver Dixon, on Night Talk every Monday to Thursday from 10 to 12 midnight.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, we had a legal opinion just now. Let's get another legal opinion from the NPA themselves. With me is Advocate Mthunzi Maga, and why we're talking to him is because of the NPA's position. They filed a petition with the Supreme Court of South Africa challenging a court ruling that deemed Morwadi Cholota's extradition unlawful. Let's get the story as per Advocate Mthunzi Maga. Good chatting to you as always on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I've been wondering why you are no longer inviting us to indulge you on topical issues that have been occupying the environmental scan lately.
I was wondering why you're not... I was wondering why you're not...
us.
Well, I thought I was waiting for your please call me, but now that I know we'll react otherwise. So thank you for that. Point noted, right? Okay, let's talk about this then, right? So from your perspective, clearly there's been some deliberations. Help us understand what's happened here.
Look, you'll recall that when the Judge Lobsha in the Free State Division of the High Court in Bloemfontein dismissed our application for reservation of questions of law in terms of the limited grounds upon which we can appeal a judgment in terms of Section 319 of the Criminal Procedure Act. We felt aggrieved by that decision, and we took the firm view with respect that he had erred in dismissing that application. Remember that it was preceded by him upholding the special plea of lack of jurisdiction that was raised by the Cholota legal team. Now, we have then taken a decision to approach the Supreme Court of Appeal by way of a petition to the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal to say, please grant us an opportunity to argue the appeal before you, because Lobsha J, with respect, has erred in not giving us that opportunity. And mainly our contention is twofold, or based on two grounds. That one, paragraph 16 of the Schutz judgment that Lobsha J relied on says that decision, insofar as its applicability, only affects extradition applications in future, that is future requests. And Cholota's extradition application was done prior the decision of Schutz, and as such, the Honorable Judge should not have relied on it. The second ground is that they had allowed the extradition order to stand and had to be extradited to South Africa successfully. And they did not explore the appeal processes in the United States and only came to South Africa as an afterthought to say, Lobsha J, please interfere with the extradition order of the requested state in circumstances where they have not appealed it in a foreign state. So we are saying to the five judges, to the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal, that judge was wrong with respect. Therefore, interfere and give us a chance to be heard.
Okay, and let's look at the bigger picture here. I mean, what's at stake here?
What's at stake is our firm view that in our prosecutorial strategy, in the bigger scheme of the asbestos case, Ms. Cholota is central and played an integral part of the alleged criminal transactions that are the basis of the charges preferred against her. And therefore, we have no desire to adopt a piecemeal approach where we say, let the 26th of January 2026 come and that trial proceeds, and then separately we deal with her. We want her to be part of the bigger picture of us integrated approach in terms of prosecuting the other accused.
How confident are you that the President of the Supreme Court will see your way?
We take the view, Ashraf, after briefing a senior counsel sitting together with the prosecution team, that what we've identified as the questions of law that the Honorable Judge missed, there are prospects of success on appeal. Secondly, that there are valid reasons that will compel the SCA to listen to us and to hear our appeal.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let that run its course. This is day one in terms of your intent, and let's follow that story. Much appreciate your time, Advocate Mthunzi Manga, the NPA spokesperson on a very significant issue in South African, not just politics, but certainly in South Africa in terms of what is lawful and what is not lawful in terms of dealings in this country. Thank you for your time here on the National Pulse.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, time for me to get to hear what you have to say. And you know, often we have this huge, it's a bit of a balancing act or a management act. Let me just see if I can get Keys to sort out some of the WhatsApp comments that we have. By the way, you know, just so that you know, often when you, and I mean, we do often get people saying, hey, we love what you do, but really it's myself, and then you've got a production team, Keys and Temba, and then you've got Vosani, who handles all the digital work that we do in terms of social media, the cutting of the podcast, to make sure that it gets out to you as quickly as possible. So I can tell you now, just about all the podcasts we've done, of the interviews we've done today, are already put up as a podcast on our social media pages on Twitter, Facebook, but also you can watch the streaming live on YouTube too, visually too, and then they put up on safm.co.za. Right, let's see. Here's one, Ashraf, on Mayibuya. Maybe it's good what they are doing to consult. We have almost 40 million unregistered voters. There is a party that will perfect it and be a future government. Look in Botswana, Senegal, new parties are power there. At the end, ANC will be out of power from 80% to 40% and dropping from MZ. MZ, I think the question is not whether they should form a party. I think the question is, are they not just going through the motions of saying they need to consult? At what stage in the consultation process do they determine that a consultation, that they now have sufficient consensus to say go ahead or don't go ahead? That really is what the issue is.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Kimarumu Mahike. I've been listening to Floyd Shivambu and his people are going around here. Floyd Shivambu should have known before he even went to MK that he's smarter than all other people that he followed, including Bushiri. He's so smart, but just visiting Bushiri and all the other things he's doing now, they've just taken his dignity away. Marumo Mahike, thank you.
Okay, there we are. Marumo saying that. Let's see if we got, we have, in fact, there were comments about Donald Trump that was important to hear too.
Ashraf and the SAFM listeners. Ashraf, remember what Donald Trump said when he was campaigning for the US president. He said he's going to finish all this war between Russia and Ukraine and this Palestine and Israel. Now he want to prove that what he meant that time is happening now. So Netanyahu is just playing the ball. So it's nothing, sinister about that. Thank you. Keep them orange farm.
Thank you. But the question is the deal is like, we have to sign, because part of creating the peace is bombing out parts of Iran. I mean, work that one out too, right?
Good afternoon. Regarding the treatment of foreign nationals in our hospitals, I don't think necessarily I do have a problem. But I just want to ask the question, why is South Africa battling to be able to deal or deport foreign nationals who are in the country illegally? Who is the problem? Is it the president who has a problem? Or is it SAPS that has a problem? Or is it the lack of will from foreign affairs? Who has a problem? Because South Africa has been speaking about the problem of foreign nationals for a very long time. Why is there no action being taken? That's a question.
Well, it's an important question, and I think that we must qualify undocumented foreign nationals from foreign nationals. My gut feeling, if you look at the conversation we had earlier on today about the lack of the underreporting of crime in rural communities, why is that happening? The actual crime, because we're under-resourced. When we say there's issues around schooling and they're overcrowded, why is it happening? We're under-resourced. Hospital treatment, under-resourced. This is another example of that. Why are we unable to deal with it? Is possibly that between the SAPS and Home Affairs and every other department that's relevant to all of this here, that they're under-resourced and therefore they cannot manage. It's like this. They've got 5 people to try and deal with 1,000 people, and it's just not possible. You need 50 people or 100 people to deal with 1,000 people. The numbers just don't work out. So we are hopelessly under-resourced in key areas of South African society.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Yeah, this lady you are interviewing now from Human Rights, it looks like they are sent to South Africa to eliminate the citizens of this country because they are denying us our medical rights because we are paying tax. Those people, they just come and then loot the tablets into their country. It's a trend now. The Zimbabweans, they just come and then take the pills and send home. Every day they go get the pills from clinic to clinic every day. But still, those people for human rights, they are here to eliminate us, the citizens. We know now. Alfred Paswani in Utore.
Thanks, Alfred. You're saying the human rights people want to eliminate all the people. Maybe they would say they want to do exactly the opposite and eliminate nobody.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SFM listeners. Ashraf, ZEP permit holders worked in South Africa contributing money to the UIF, and the company was contributing another half. That money is our money. It's not money coming from the government coffers. So officials from the UIF must come and explain to us why they are refusing to process our unemployment benefit claim, saying your permit has expired. Where are they going to put that money? Because that's daylight robbery. That money is not my money. It's money not coming from the government coffers. So they must explain to us why are they not processing our claims, saying permits have expired.
Okay, I don't know enough about that, but I hear what you're saying. And yeah, okay, I mean, there's just, you know what, the problem is we just have so many loose ends in our country, and you just wonder what is the priority, isn't it?
Ashraf, it's Mtun Deben. You know, Ashraf, this guy that is talking about the underreported incident of Menderes and the crime which is taking place in Rural. This guy sounds like one of those people that go to USA to cause problem for South Africa. Yeah, I think after they realized that they do not have evidence, so now they're now crying foul that these incidents are underreported, you know, and it doesn't make sense to me because majority of the people who are farmers, those people are wealthy. Leave aside the people in rural. I think they included rural so that we won't see what they're trying to do. But those people who are farmers, they've got all the money. They can report anything. You know, it's for me, it sounds like nonsense.
Well, but he did say some of them don't want to report it. They just think it's futile. If that sounds contradictory, I don't know. Let me end with this. I'm sorry I can't take all the other calls. It's a huge pity. But let me end with this. It's interesting. I'm talking about Wimbledon. So there's a tweet from Alund Lewis, right, saying, "Thank you, Carlo Alcaraz, for the concern shown to my mum today, who was taken ill during your tennis match at Centre Court at Wimbledon today. Unlikely you'll see this message, but I can try. Thank you." And then Carlos Alcaraz, in fact, replies saying, "You're very welcome. It was nothing. I hope your mum is doing well. Send her a kiss from me and take good care of her." And there, in the midst of Wimbledon, is a sense of humanity. Enjoy the evening. Let's do the National Pulse all over again tomorrow. Don't forget to listen to the podcast and share that amongst your chummies too, right? It's 6 o'clock. Here's the news with Greg Close.
Thank you again, Ashraf. Minister responds to criticism over CETA appointments and Diddy avoids a possible life sentence. Good evening.